What's good, the peoples? How are we doing tonight? Still getting my cheat sheets and stuff opened here. We're just going to be doing some grinding tonight. We're not going to make any story progress. I've got like 6 episodes of this stream series that have to be added to the archive playlist still. But this stream will not be going in that playlist because we're just doing grinding. That's it. Okay. I'm just kind of looking at the items on the Angelo search list, because my goal tonight is to mug a bunch of curse spikes to make dark matters with. I think we might go to 200, because then I can refine one of them into, I think, Ultimas. And then I want one in the inventory. In order to have a complete inventory at the end of the game, you have to have at least one of every item. So we're going to, and I've already done the first 100. So I need to grind up 200 more. You need 100 of them to get Keistis's blue magic spell, which we did last stream. So if I grind up another 100, I can refine them into easy Ultimas. We do want to have 600 Ultimas when all is said and done. Maybe 500 if I decide to let Renoa have her own distinct magic set, which I haven't decided yet. But after we get our curse spikes, I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll set up an Angelo search and then switch over to Final Fantasy X and do some of that instead. So here's the problem, is Final Fantasy VIII, a lot of this grinding is going to have to be done now, because later the grinding can still be done, it's just going to take a lot longer to do. We're in a situation where if we beat the boss of the dungeon we're in the Deep Sea Research Center, we lose access to the random encounters that drop the curse spikes that I want. Right now I can farm them as much as I want because they're spiked squares, essentially. If we complete the dungeon, we lose the ability to get the cursed spikes that easily, and we're in the same kind of situation with the Angelo search items. I'll go more into the mechanics of that, is my understanding of the mechanics when we actually do it, but basically there are 3 items that you can only get in Angelo search. They're very, very rare, and I think I need 4 of each of them. They are the ribbon, there's an item called Friendship that summons a Moomba, which I technically would only really need 1 of those because it's not used to teach GF abilities. And then Mog's Amulet, which we're going to need 4 of. 3 to teach to GFs, and then 1 for the inventory. These are, let's see what's the drop rate on them in Angelo search. Pretty low. We can get curse spikes that way too, which is interesting. It doesn't have their drop rates here for those 3 items, actually. Anyway, that's the plan for tonight. We're going to start out with curse spikes and then get Angelo going as we move over to Final Fantasy X and do some work over there. The problem is I don't want to do all of the grinding now because I do want to finish this game so I can move on to the next game for a story playthrough. It's just very strange that in Final Fantasy VIII, the most efficient place to do all of your grinding is not the end of the game. That's a little strange. A little counterintuitive. To be clear, as far as missable content goes, we're done with that. We've gotten all of the things that can be permanently missed. There's nothing else in the game. That's not true. If we don't draw Eden from Ultima Weapon at the bottom of this dungeon, and then again don't draw Eden from Tiamat in the final dungeon, we can't get GF Eden. But that's not going to happen. I'm not going to fail to draw Eden twice. It would have to take some bizarre, miraculous lapse of judgment for me to fail to draw Eden once. Grinding's not horrible. Grinding's been enjoyable so far. These guys do confuse you sometimes, which is not fun. Squall's just gonna waste all my items here. And now Squall is not in danger zone anymore. I don't have enough confuse spells. Like, I don't have 100 confuse spells for anybody anyway. So I can give one person partial confusion protection, but I can't make anybody immune. I wonder if I can make 100 confuses, though. For some reason, it didn't let me mug those curse spikes. It said that they had nothing. She doesn't have any. Did I give them to... Yeah, we have 31 total confuses. That's it. I could make 80 with all those betrayal swords. Yeah, I just don't have the ability to make enough confuse to make myself immune. Zell has Bahamut, I think. I think Zell... Yeah, Zell has Bahamut. Alright, when we get confused, I just need to finish the fight. There's a chance they'll drop the curse spikes anyway. So Squall's already level 100. Once Renoa or Zell reach level 100, we're going to swap them out for one of the other characters. Bomb, it's learning stuff. Let me just go down the list at this point, really. Any day, Zell. Whenever you want to get with the program here, buddy. My man did not want to give up his spikes, that's for sure. And then sometimes this is going to happen. Odin is the reason why Angelo searching is going to be more consistent if we do it now versus on Disc 4. Because of the way Odin works versus the way Gilgamesh works. If we start a fight with an Angelo search target and Odin doesn't appear, that's it. Odin will never appear. We know that that monster is going to exist forever. Gilgamesh has the same chance of appearing as Angelo does, however. So all we have to do when we fight one of these turtles later with Angelo Search is start a fight and then not see Odin. Whereas with Gilgamesh, we have to start a fight and let it run until Gilgamesh shows up and hope Gilgamesh uses his weaker abilities and doesn't kill the target. And I don't know how likely that is. Leviathan and Alexander learning the stuffs. Leviathan's almost cashed. I mean, Zell was going to get the first strike anyway, so... That's a really good command, dude. I mean, her magic stat is stacked, and I imagine that's what it keys off of. So we always get the same monster on this floor in 3 set positions. This is at the bottom of a dungeon where you go in and there's a puzzle to solve. And Zell asks you if you want him to solve the puzzle for you, in which case you don't have to do it. If you let Zell do it versus solving it yourself, the only difference is that when you solve it, there are random encounters down here, whereas if Zell solves it, there are fixed encounters down here. And as far as I can tell, that's the only difference. You don't get any other benefit from solving the puzzle yourself. Which does seem kind of strange to me, but I enjoyed solving it. It's a nice little puzzle. How you doing, Sebastian? No, this puzzle is much more enjoyable than the Cloister of Trials puzzles from Final Fantasy X. Although there is the same kind of trial and error involved. But it's more of a mapping exercise than a strict trial and error exercise. I'm actually quite partial to mapping exercises. I just think it's very strange that you don't actually get a real like a real tangible reward for solving the actual puzzle on your own. So what we had to do after we solved the puzzles, we had to go back and let Zell cheese it so we could have access to these spiked tiles. Good, Saruka. It's going alright. We don't have a way to protect against... Scratch that. We don't have a good way to protect us against confusion from this monster, but getting confused by this monster is just a momentary inconvenience and not a death sentence. So, just plugging away at it. I don't think Obel Lake was that hard. Like, it was just like basic information puzzle combined with a little bit of exploration. Like, it didn't even take that. I mean, what did it take? 2 hours, maybe? I burned 2 hours on a decent puzzle in, like, Rem or something similar easy. Oops, I think I drew with the wrong person. Oh well. I'm considering doing like a blog post write-up of the Obel Lake thing. Actually. I found it very enjoyable. There were a few steps that I wasn't totally sold on going through it. But as I was solving them, I decided that they were okay. I think they're fairly clued. I think when people say that Obel Lake is, like, inscrutable, impossible to solve, what they're really saying is, I didn't feel like solving it. It's just, it's not, that's a weird distinction to make. But there are some games with puzzles that are legitimately impossible to solve. It's really easy to design a puzzle or put a secret in a game that's absolutely impossible to solve unless you already know how to do it. The prime example from the Final Fantasy series might be the Zodiac Spear from the original release of Final Fantasy XII, where it shows up in a treasure box if you haven't opened 4 other treasure boxes in the world that are completely unmarked and completely unclued. I'm going to give Renoa's flares to Squall. Because it seems like kind of a shame I'm not just stockpiling flares here. I think I've got those equipped already, Asuna, whatever their status J is. Let's take a look. That's the wrong menu. Oh, she doesn't. That's Poison, Darkness, Silence, and what is that, Curse? I think Reflect is the best he's going to get. He doesn't even have status J, defense. So the grind tonight is we're grinding up these curse spikes so we can turn them into dark matters. Dark matters are useful because we can turn them into ultima spells, which we want 600 of in the final save. Maybe 500. I haven't completely decided yet. But we need, in addition to whatever dark matters we're going to mod into spells, we also need one for the inventory. So I'm thinking we go to 300 of them. Plus, I think we get a dark matter from killing Ultima Weapon. So the reason 500 might be more desirable than 600 is Squall, Zell, Selphie, Keistis, and Irvine would each have 100 Ultimas. Renoa would not have 100 Ultimas because her limit break puts her into like a magic berserk status where she randomly casts spells from her inventory, and Ultima is less useful than Meteor for that purpose. So it might be better to have Renoa's magic lists in a position where she only has spells that are not on her. I'm going to cast this as my limit break lists. Junction to her stuff. Like, she can have 100 meteors junction to her magic. Her limit break won't spend those as she uses it, and she'll just spam the meteor spell. Personally, I don't think her limit break is very good, honestly. I don't think that's a very good use of her as a character. I think she's much better. I don't think Berserk is a very good state to put any character in this game. It's very rare that I ever want to have a Berserk character in a Final Fantasy game. I personally think her best limit break, the best thing she can do is cast Invincible Moon, which is way more useful than Wishing Star by a large, or not Wishing Star, Angel Wings, by a large margin. That's why I'm undecided. Oh, good. That's what we wanted to see. Yeah, burn up that Mega Elixir, Squall. Go ahead, buddy. I imagine the bulk of our 600 Ultimas we're going to get from the island. Oh, is he undead? He might be like cursed or zombied or something. Yeah, he's zombie. This is gonna kill him. Goodbye, Zell. We might draw 100 Ultima from the Ultima weapon. That might be worth doing. But we're going to need to get so many spells from the islands because there's just no other good place to get them. That we're just going to end up with a bunch of Ultima from that. Ultima is actually the least rare spell that we're going to be drawing because we can always go draw more from Shumi Village. Squall wasted my only Mega Elixir. What a dingus. I think the longest grind in the game is going to be 4 ribbons and 4 mini mobs. Like, that's going to take an inordinate amount of time. What's going to happen eventually is anytime I do just a straight grinding session in this series, I'm going to have Angelo Search running in the background. Like, anytime we're just capturing monsters in Final Fantasy X or grinding for rare drops in 4 or whatever we're doing. Keep track of how many we have. $90, so I need 10 more. Yeah, we'll do it picture-in-picture style. That's the plan. Just leave it there. Edgar's really upset about something out there. I don't know if you guys can hear him or not. He's upset that he's still here. He's like, why do I keep waking up every day? There will never be an Edgar command. Under no circumstances. think this should be it for curse spikes. My thoughts on Xanathar or Tasha's first? What do you mean? What's the question? Is it tool refine I need to do? Oh no, I need 2 more. Never mind. I mean, Xanathar's was published first. I mean, why do I have to pick between them? What's... I'm not sure that I understand the dilemma here. I have both. Like, are you asking which one I think is the better book? Like, which one is more useful? See, I think most of the energy crystals we get, we're going to want to turn into pulse ammo. So we're going to want to have 100 pulse ammos. Well, what can we do with the dark matter now, though? I thought we turned it into Ultima. What's it good for? If it's only good for blue magic, I think we're done here. We don't need another one. I have forbidden magic. Oh, this is forbidden medicine, not forbidden magic. Oh, goodness. Forbidden magic. That was the problem. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. So she has 15 Ultimas. I'm gonna give those to... Oh, that's right. We were starting to curate Renoa's magic list. Okay. So Selfie actually has my 3rd character magic list at the moment. Renoa, we were starting to curate her lists. But now I can do this. Now she has 100. Alright, so now we need to get another 100 curse spikes. That only took like half an hour, actually. That's really fast. So we have 0. We're still going to have 0 after this fight because Odin just cock-blocked me. Unfortunately, we're not killing these monsters fast enough to make our seed rank go up. The only good way we have to influence our seed rank at this point is just fighting random encounters. We have 6. Still gonna have 6. My goodness, Odin. Odin just can't calm down. Just cannot calm down. We almost have full limit breaks. The only person who does not have all of their limit breaks, Irvine does not have a full stock of every possible ammo, and Keista still needs to learn 1 blue spell. I should put us to 12 curse spikes. Woo. This guy's already dead. This is all just frosting at this point. Bouncing 9's frosting. Best flavor of frosting there is. We're going to have all of the GF abilities learned before we even get the last GF. What does that put us to? 26? Pandemona learning the stuffs. Pandemona's on the dumb stuff now. That should be 32. Can't forget this guy. Guarding the save point up here. That's 38. You know what this game doesn't have? Which is kind of strange considering it's like reliance on like abilities and stuff, like character abilities, commands and things that you learn from GFs. But there's no like way to attack twice in one round. There's no like analog for dual wield or double cut or anything like that. Your attack command always hits once. Trying to think, this might be the first Final Fantasy game where that's actually true. So we should be up to 46 now. The entire battle system in 1, 2, 3, and 4 is designed around the idea that every attack that connects is calculated as being multiple hits, each doing some amount of damage. Final Fantasy IV and V both have that style of attack, plus the ability to dual wield. I think Final Fantasy VI starts... that's the first game that calculates attacks differently, but you can still dual wield. And then 7 has double cut. 8, you just don't have the ability at all. I'm gonna have Squall draw some flares on his off turns. He's just sitting there doing nothing. I don't know why I pulled that trigger. That was really dumb. Was he zombied? He must have been zombied. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I just instinctively pulled the trigger when Squall hit Zell because he was confused. Whoops. What did I say we were up to? 42? Oh, 50. Halfway there. Renzokuken is a limit break, it's not an attack command. Typically, a Final Fantasy game will have some way to do multiple attacks with a single attack command. Final Fantasy VIII is the first one that doesn't. 9 doesn't either, actually. You can't dual wield in 9, and you don't have a way to make your attack command hit more than once. In fact, it's very difficult to get any command to hit more than once in 9. I think Steiner can do it with one of his combat abilities. Is that the only way? Steiner can do it with charge. Okay, there's 64. Ten doesn't either, come to think of it. Dual wielding just kind of, and double attack kind of stuff just stopped being a thing after 12 brought it back. You can chain attacks in 12. I think that was 70. I don't count 11. We cannot count 11 for these purposes. Tonberry's just learning the dumb stuff now. Well, double cast is a distinct ability. Like, casting 2 spells with one command and making 2 attacks with one command are traditionally distinct abilities that the games have. That's 78. Quick hit is not exactly the same thing because the quick hit itself is a command, but you're not locked into using a second quick hit when your turn comes back up. You can use quick hit to get 1 hit and then use the turn that comes up more quickly as a result of you having used quick hit to do any legal move you have. So it's very much a distinct ability. It's not the same as, say, double wielding is. I mean, not every battle system needs a way to do that. I would argue that Final Fantasy VIII and X really don't need to have double attacks. Or multiple attacks per command. For the attack command. It's not necessary as part of this battle system, but I had never noticed before. Now, this is actually the first Final Fantasy game that doesn't allow for it. And in fact, the next few Final Fantasy games don't either. Whereas every single previous one did. I honestly don't know how Final Fantasy XI calculates the attack command. I honestly couldn't tell you, because I've never spent any amount of time playing a martial class in that game. I've always played caster classes where you don't attack anyway. I know that you can do link chains and stuff, where like one person's attack command can kind of chain into the next person's attack command, and I think that there's one class that can do that with their own attacks chaining into their own attacks, but I'm not sure if that's the same kind of thing as just picking the attack command and getting multiple hits. Yeah, the way it works in Final Fantasy XII is every time you connect with a weapon, depending on the weapon type and various stats and things, you have a chance to instantly do another attack with the same weapon. And it just keeps rolling again and again and again until you fail the check, and then it stops your attack. So that's how you get multiple attacks in Final Fantasy XII without having to wait for your bar to fill back up. And certain weapons are better at doing it than other weapon types. I think there's a stat associated with doing it as well, and I think there's probably some weapon types that can't do it at all, but... You can multi-attack per bar in 13. I'm not sure if it's... Well, I guess it's kind of the same thing. That system doesn't need a multi-attack or multi-cast system because... that's what you're doing with your ATB bar on every round, is you're just queuing up a bunch of commands all at once for one meter. It's kind of like manually doing what Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, and 4 do automatically, with multiple hits per command. Just you're like seeing the individual nuts and bolts of it. I think that puts us to 82. Stop. 90. Okay, we have more than I thought. Oh, we're opening with this move. They're getting smart. They're evolving. Oh, here's Wishing Star. I guess Doggo takes her to outer space. See, that's a good attack. Right there, yo. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, honestly. That's a real good attack. And I'll bet it keys off our magic stats. We were popping 9s instead of... And they dropped the curse spikes anyway. La-dee-da. Oh, she needs all kinds of stuff. This should be our last tri-face for this situation. Hopefully. Depends if it drops the curse spikes or not. Alright, tool refine these curse spikes. Okay. So now we have a dark matter for the inventory. This way we can still draw Ultimas when we go back up and out of here. In fact, Final Fantasy XII is one of the games where it's actually very useful to have somebody berserked. Because functionally your AI is picking your moves for you in Final Fantasy XII anyway. So if you have somebody that all you really want them to do is attack, you might as well berserk them and get the bonus damage from it. Because if you haste and berserk somebody who's proficient with a chaining weapon in Final Fantasy XII, then you're in real good shape. Typically a katana, but I think monk poles are also pretty good at it. But katanas or samurai swords are the way to do it. I need to check and see who has confuse magic. Not you. Not you. Not you. Okay, so I think it's got to be Selfie then. She's my dump character. Who actually has my third character? You do. You give these to Zell. Zell, we're going to give you your magic command back. You have it already. Okay. Gonna go with some free spells. Then we're gonna set up an Angelo search. Just curious to see how long this takes to get it all set up and running. I'll bet the chance to get Wishing Star isn't that much worse than Lionheart, honestly. Seems like a pretty good attack. Yeah, I think it's the same with Lionheart. Squall has 4 possible limit breaks, and it's just a 25% chance of seeing each one. Even having access to Wishing Star, though, I still think the best use of her limit break is Invincible Moon. Like, that's just a very hard sell to get me to change my mind on that. It's the only way... I mean, it's not the only way to get full party invincibility, but it's the only way to do it without consuming a resource. And a very rare resource at that. They're rare if you don't have the correct cards. Like, they're missably rare. If you don't have the correct card, or if you don't have access to the card club on your Ragnarok and Disc 4, you can't get as many as you want. And you can't get them easily. The situation that I'm in, I can get as many as I want infinitely, but I assure you this is the first playthrough where that's going to be an option for me. My main way of beating Omega Weapon throughout the years has been to get a round 1 Invincible Moon and then use Squall and Zell to just do all the damage. Which they can take that monster down in just a couple of rounds. Because you effectively have 100 free Ultimas just laying that the game just gives you for defeating Ultima Weapon, which isn't that difficult. Plus whatever Ultimas you bought or managed to draw. So 2 characters rocking 100 Ultimas. Or more realistically, 1 character with 100 Ultimas and one with like 60, 70-ish maybe. All you need is the Invincible Moon and you're done. Alright, I think the monster we're looking for appears on the Great Estar Plains. Which I am flying the wrong way to find. On the world map streets? Oh, I thought he didn't appear on the plains until the Lunar Cry. So I've got to run around on the streets, apparently. Let's see if that information is accurate. Alright, let's save. Let's take off no encounters. This is not the guy. Odin's going to handle this. If Trouble's around at the beginning of the stream, he always claims the thing immediately. That's the guy. Odin, come on, man. Come on, Odin. Why? Why you do this? Ow! Quit it! Not really, Golbies. This is a straight grind stream tonight. We're not doing any story progress at all. Story progress left to go is go through Lunatic Pandora and then the final dungeon. I didn't absorb any health from that thing, and I'm not sure why. The funny thing is, I would have won that fight if I had used his limit break. I was just being lazy. Is that Xanarkand? No, this is Estar. Xanarkand is another game entirely. Once we get the fight that I'm looking for here, I didn't unequip. Which isn't going to happen if I don't turn off Encounter None. Once we get the fight we're looking for and we get the search set up, and I've confirmed that it's going to just keep chugging along, yeah, we'll switch games. This is the fight we're looking for. So we need the turtle to go into a defensive state. Make sure he doesn't die of poison damage or something stupid. Okay, there's the defensive state. Now, if we confuse it... From this position, nothing will ever happen in this battle again. That monster will never attack me. It will never come out of its defensive state. And as long as I don't do anything, my guys will just stand there and Zell will just do his little bounce for all eternity. This is it. We can leave in the game in this state, and I can go walk the earth and become a monk and learn how to make alligator shoes and then Forrest Gump my way back and forth. The only thing that can happen are random actions like this. So every X amount of game ticks, the game says, should we have a random action occur? And then if the game decides yes, it looks at the list of possible actions that can happen. The first one it looks for is Gilgamesh. Has Gilgamesh shown up? If not, summon him. Gilgamesh has several different attacks, I think 2 of which will not end this fight. We don't have to worry about that because we don't even have Gilgamesh. After that, it's like, okay, is Rinoa in the party? Yes, she is. If she is, which of her Angelo abilities can trigger? Well, there's 3 possible Angelo abilities that can trigger. The first is Angelo Recover, which we've already seen, which will heal a party member. The second is Angelo Reverse, which will revive a dead party member. And the third is Angelo Search. So what I'm going to do is once everybody has full hit points here, which will be after Zell's turn. So from this point, when the game decides, hey, let's do a random action, it can't pick Gilgamesh, it can't pick Angelo Recover, it can't pick Angelo Reverse, it can only pick Angelo Search. And that's where we're going to leave it. Now, the Angelo Search lists has a big list of items, most of which have like a 1 or 2% chance of showing up. Like, of all the items on the lists, if the wiki is accurate, the most common is a potion at 16%. A Mega Phoenix actually has 11%. I think that's what we just got a second ago. And then it starts going sharply down from there. Until we get to stuff like GF items, like Forced Armlets, Rune Armlets, Status Guards, which would be nice, actually. I could use one of those for Zell right now. Hungry Cookpot, that kind of stuff. There are 3 items that can only be obtained with Angelo Search. Ribbon, Friendship, Mog's Amulet. Friendship is an item that summons a Moomba to fight for you in battle. We only need 1 of those. However, we need 4 ribbons and 4 Mog's Amulets. Let me double check to make sure we do need 4. I don't think anybody actually learns the ribbon commands. Maybe Eden does. Yeah, nobody learns the ribbon command naturally. So, we need 4 ribbons. 3 of the ribbons we're going to use on GFs, 1 for each character. Remember, each character has a set of GFs that they're equipped. Each party slot, I should say. Squall has a set. I have a set for my dark side user, and I have a set for my my magic user. So I need 3 ribbons so everybody can equip the ribbon ability, and then I need 1 for the inventory. Same with Mog's amulet. That teaches the mini Mog ability, which I don't even know what it does. I've never seen it before. I have no idea. But I need 4 of them. 3 to give to GFs, and then 1 for the inventory. And, yes, I can do this. How do we turn on... It's not boosts, is it? Yeah, here we go. How do we actually activate it, though? There's got to be like a button combination that activates. Is it like a function key? I'm going to look it up, because if I accidentally turn on one of the other boosts, it invalidates the whole save. Looks like you activate them on clicking the analog sticks. It's one of the sticks, but I don't want to press the wrong stick. It says left thumbstick. There it is. So, we just let this run. And it just runs and runs and runs. And it runs and runs and runs and runs. And the thing just spins and spins and spins and spins. And Zell just dances and dances and dances and dances. For hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I have no... we have 40 some odd, I think 46 hours played in Final Fantasy VIII so far. I'm betting it takes another 46 hours of letting this run before we get all the items we're looking for. Now, I've already tested it. If I am out of focus, let's click out of Final Fantasy VIII. My controller will not do anything to the game. It's out of focus. Okay, so having confirmed that, I can safely open up my volume mixer. Where'd the music go? It's gone. Music's gone. No more music ever. And... oh, a potion! Woo! That'll get us there. We're gonna just I want this to be readable. Like, I want people to be able to see what items we're getting. So let me know if it's legible or if it needs to be cropped in a different way or whatever, but go back into Steam here. Now, actually 2 things we can do. Or 2 things that I'm willing to do tonight. Either we can go back into Final Fantasy X and start doing some of like the aggravating weapon grinding and see if we can knock the chocobo stuff out of the way. And do that tonight. So we still have to win that last chocobo race in Remiem Temple, and we have to... I want to get Tidus's weapon, like celestial weapon, out of the way first. Or we can start a second playthrough of Final Fantasy IV and start getting that out of the way. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to go get my fizzy drink because mine is empty over here. And water is important. Water checkpoint. Did y'all drink water today? Every human being needs to drink 37 gallons of water today or they'll explode in a ball of fire. I'm going to go to the fridge, get a fizzy drink. When I come back, I'll see what the consensus is. I'm willing to do either 10 or 4 tonight, whatever you guys would prefer to see. I lost my hand in Nom. It's gone. I'll be right back, guys. So, rolled a d20 and got a 4 first. I didn't say Final Fantasy 1 is an option, but we can hunt a WarMech real quick. That'll only take a few minutes. Shall we hunt a WarMech? We can hunt a WarMech real quick. No, it's not time to start a new Final Fantasy game tonight. Which ROM was I using? Was I using this ROM? Yeah, I must have been. We can hunt the WarMech real quick. Slide this to the side slightly. That's fine. So the last of the grinding that needs to be done in Final Fantasy 1. This game's almost maxed out. We want to have 99 of every purchasable item. Which, I mean, we're very close. We just need tents, pures, and softs, and we're done. We need to max out gold, which is also, we're very close. And we'd reach level 50. And I decided we'd reach level 50 exclusively by fighting WarMechs. And I got a fizzy drink. Wow, Minimog seems useless. I hate that I have to get 4 of those. So when I'm playing this game, though, I can't see my progress in Final Fantasy VIII. So when we find something cool in Angelo's search, you guys are going to have to get like super hype in chat. In fact, I already have a dog emote. We should just spam that dog emote anytime Angelo finds something cool. You guys are going to have to tell me. Oh, you know what I want to do? Let's load up on softs now and go all the way to 0 gold on softs. And pure potions. Because our magic is done. We have all the magic we can get. I like how Red Mage gets level 8 spell charges, but he doesn't get level 8 spells. I mean, maybe not when I get a potion from Angelo's search. Potions are the most common thing. I don't know. You guys figure it out. But I imagine by the time we get to like July or August of this year, this is going to be every single stream is just a little bit of grinding in a couple of the games every stream. Although I'm going to be honest, we're not moving through the story playthroughs as quickly as I would like to be. Like I started in early December, so we're 2 months and a bit in, and I've only completed 3 games, almost 4. And one of them's Final Fantasy 1. So we might have more work ahead of us that just 2021 has time for. Unless I start doing like 8-12 hours of streaming every day, which I don't think I've got the fortitude for. I'm an old man. I need to sleep. I need my naps. Yeah, we'll go hunt down a WarMech. Ten is one of the longer ones. I think 10 is probably the longest of the games. And 8 is a little strange in that there's kind of a lot of grinding required as you go. Just because how many steps there are to like the card game stuff. Which we did a lot of. Grinding for items and that kind of thing. Like 8 is almost done. The Angelo search is really the most time-consuming part of it, and I don't need to actively be there for that. In terms of like getting all of the items and grinding up all the levels and getting all the spells, like that's gonna be trivial in comparison. Like, yeah, I have nowhere near 100 of every spell in the game, but I could sit down for 20 minutes and get them right now. Ten is longer than 12 for sure. Because 12 you can skip all the cutscenes and all the side content and just go to the end of the game. And just do a story playthrough and it's actually not that super long. I mean, you're still looking at a 30-hour investment maybe, but just like a story playthrough of 10 like we did, making sure to get all of the missable content on the way, was over 40 hours for sure. 8 is also one of the longer ones because, like I said, it's just kind of unique in how much grinding you have to do through the course of the game. Where most of the rest of the games, you can play through the whole story and then begin the grinding stuff. 9 is also going to be unique in that because the game has to be played perfectly and quickly, we might end up replaying certain segments, and I'll be playing almost exclusively from an itinerary, not even a walkthrough, an itinerary. Like, this is the list of actions that needs to be done in this segment of the game, from this save point to the next. The Final Fantasy Wiki actually has a pretty comprehensive page on missable content in each game, but no, I don't think 12 has much missable content. And the version that I'm going to be playing, the Zodiac Age, has RNG manipulation for really rare stuff. Like the debug weapons and things that you can obtain. Final Fantasy IX, we have to fast forward the game in order to make most efficient use of our time. The big trick with 9 is you've got to get to the end of the game in under 12 hours, but in that 12 hours you have to collect all of the missable stuff. Some of the missable stuff involves items that are used to synth other missable items. So there's a couple layers of missable stuff, and you have to open as many treasures as you possibly can. Like, you can't skip a bunch of stuff and just blitz the game. I still need tents. There are no tents here. I'm not convinced that getting Excalibur 2 will be trivial. It will definitely be easier on this version of the game than on other versions I have access to. Yeah, the hard part is going to be doing that while getting all of the other missable stuff. I don't, like, there's some stuff that I don't think you can miss. Like, you're not going to be able to miss out on abilities, I don't think. It's making sure you have a complete inventory at the end of the game, and making sure you've opened all the treasures along the way. We also have to do jump roping and racing the hippo. I've read that the jump rope thing is actually much easier on the Steam version, but I'm not sure why it is. But both of those things give you unique items that you can't get anywhere else in the game. There's also going to be a considerable amount of grinding at the end of that game, because you have to steal some number of times to max out Zidana's thievery ability. You have to fight some number of dragons in order to max out Freya's Dragon Crest ability, and you have to catch some number of frogs to max out Quinna's Frog Drop ability, all of which I want to do. High potions are useful. I use high potions to heal a lot in that game. So, good dog. Not bad doggo. What's wrong with you? Angelo's a good doggo. Like, I guess that answers my question, though. Like, it is legible. You guys can see what Angelo is digging up, which is good. We're not going to have to do this item purchasing every time we boot up Final Fantasy 1. It's just we do have to do it eventually. We want to hold 99 of all consumables in this game. And I didn't want to go into a dungeon and end up at maximum gil and start just throwing away gil without having spent all of the gil I'm ever going to spend. We also need 4 hungry cook pots. That's a very, very rare item from Angelo Search. It teaches GFs the Devour skill. The difference is we can craft those, I believe, in other ways. I'm betting we can't use Angelo Search to get another Solomon ring. I think that's a one and done. Even though that was a valid Chocobo Worlds drop in the other version of Final Fantasy VIII on Steam. Eden knows... Oh yeah, so I guess I only need 3 hungry cook pots. Because Eden does learn it. So we need 2 to teach the characters that don't have access to it, and then 1 for the inventory. Imagine if I wasn't doing the almost perfect save. Imagine if I was doing the perfect save. 99, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99. We're good. Imagine if I was doing the perfect save and wanted 100 ribbons in the inventory, which is technically possible. No, we can't mod poo-poo ever, because you can never get another one. How did I... Okay, I thought so. White Mage has the Mazmune. Who has... So Zoc has my heal staff, and then my other mages have healing spells. Okie dokie. Yeah, we could just hit the cheat and get 100 of each item, but... what's the point of that? You know what? We should just kill these monsters. We've got a heal helmet, too. That's nice. So it is working, though. Angelo is finding the things. And eventually, she will find all of the things. These things are not worth fighting. Gonna have to keep track of my time spent. I mean, technically, you could just go on YouTube and add up all the archives if you really wanted to. My ballpark is keeping it to like between 4 and 5 hours per stream, 3 or 4 streams per week. That's my goal. Or do you mean Angelo searching in particular? We were at about 46 hours played when we got into that Angelo search fight, so that's where we're at. I estimate probably 40 hours played. That's just my shot in the dark guess. The game's going to spend 40 hours Angelo searching. Gross. I don't think it's either optimistic or pessimistic. I just think it's realistic. Given how long it takes Angelo to search up one item and what the actual rates of the items are and how many of them I need, like, it's going to take a long time. I think 40 hours is a good starting estimate. Glad you find it entertaining, at least. Also, let me know if the game audio needs turned up, because I don't see it spiking down there. I'm not sure if it's working properly. It's possible that OBS is getting confused. Because I've got two games running. It's like, what do I do? Is it a little low? I can turn it up a little bit. Let me know if that's better for you. Alright, feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme, get on up, it's WarMech time! We want to make sure everybody is topped off as possible. Using as few resources as possible, because it can take a minute to find a WarMech. The random encounter table in this game is fixed. There are 256 encounters in a list. 8 of those encounters are WarMechs at fixed places on the list. So it's not a matter of each fight we have some chance of finding a WarMech. It's a matter of we have to do all of the fights until we reach the part of the list that is a WarMech. And I think you've got to go through like 50 or 60 fights until you even get to the first one. And this is how we're going to do our level 50 grind in this game. Or maybe it's only, there's 128 encounters in the list, not 256. I actually forget. It's one of those. It's either 128 encounters or 256. But I'm pretty sure there's 8 WarMech encounters total in the whole list. I mean, it's possible to just look up the lists. Like, we don't have to sit here in wonderment. Let's just see if we can pull up the list here. This list puts down their frequency, but is not the actual order. When I type FF1 encounter list into Google, I get my own friggin' blog as a result. That's probably not good. I'm going to see if I can actually find the encounter lists as a resource. No, max level in Dawn of Souls is level 99. I found a website that lists the random encounters possible here, but not the actual list of them. Because the rarest encounter on this floor is not even the WarMech. It's a battle with either one or two fighters is the rarest encounter here. Every map in the game, or every chunk of the overworld map, has looks like 8 different encounters. And you can imagine them like being labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, right? And then the encounter list is just those 8 letters, with the earlier letters being more frequent than the late ones. So G and H are your rarest encounters. The G encounter on this floor is one WarMech, which is like 4 times more frequent than the H encounter, which is the 2 fighters. What I'm trying to find is just a list of the encounters. Ah, here we go. Enemy group for random in battles. I think we need group 7? Yeah, we need group 7. So the 7th encounter after you turn the power on is the group 7 encounter. That would be a WarMech. So if we were able to get to this floor and only see 6 random encounters, which is not very likely considering you got to go through the whole dungeon to get here, your 7th encounter would be a WarMech. The next WarMech is not until the 20th encounter. I thought they were later than that. There's a group 7 encounter at the 20th encounter, and the 24th encounter, and the 34th encounter. The 190th encounter is a WarMech, and then so is the 192nd, so you almost get 2 WarMechs back to back. That information comes from the Task Videos website, which is usually pretty good about information like this. So we're probably going to go to the 20th encounter. Cause we probably, I don't know how many encounters we went through getting up here, but I don't think we went through 20. The real demonstration of how strong your party is in this game is, can you survive the entire encounter list on this floor? Can you fight through 8 WarMechs here and then loop the encounter lists entirely? I think in theory it should be possible to survive indefinitely on this floor if you have 3 healing items. We only have 2 healing items though, because we didn't keep both heal staves. So we have a heal helmet and a heal staff. The entropy here would be in revival spells. Hey, look who it is. That was the wrong character to cast fast on. Ah, fat fingered it. It's gonna be spammy McSpammerton today, I think. I think heal 2 and 3 are identical when used out of combat, but their in-combat effects are correct. I think. Or the other way around, one of the two. So that's it. There's a WarMech. Gold armor. Ooh. Probably teaches a GF ability. You know what? Let's do this in Canaria to... We'll keep the game saved in Canaria just to save a few hundred gold every time we gotta revive people. Well, I guess I don't need to go to the clinic. I can just do this. There you go. There's the WarMech. I'm actually keep both an in-game save and a save state of this file, and I've got the save state backed up as well. Okay. Energy crystal. That's a good get. Potion pluses we can make. Okay. All that gray stuff at the top of the screen up there. Maybe you guys can't see it. Maybe it's not on screen yet. Oh, it's because I've got the window capture still set to Final Fantasy VIII. Let's fix that. There you go. See if I can kind of make this nicer looking a little bit. Just slightly. I don't think there'll be anything in that corner of the screen in Final Fantasy X worth seeing. Alright, I want to get that last Remiem Temple race done. I had a map of the path we were going to use. See if I can pull it back up here. There it is. So we have 48 hours in this game. And we haven't really done any real grinding in this yet. A little tiny bit. A fraction of what there is. Most of that 48 hours was just the story playthrough. Alright, so let me pull this up here. We gotta get a chocobo. There's not really a particular order I care about getting the weapons in, but getting all of the celestial weapons is going to be like a prerequisite for starting to fight through these arena bosses. So I might as well just start with the most aggravating one and get it out of the way, which is Tidus. But first we got to find the chocobo person. Chocobo. Why? Why can't I not chocobo you? Please? Why can't I? Why can't I get on the chocobo? Waka's is just time consuming. Waka's is just the big problem with Waka is like I can't automate it. Like I need the game requires inputs for Blitzball, even though there is like an idle Blitzball strategy by swimming into your own goal. The AI just wigs out. I'm not looking forward to doing Lulu's either, but it's not as bad as Tidus's. Tidus's is the worst, I think. But before we start doing that anyway... There's one more thing we've got to complete here. Well, there's a couple things we've got to complete here, but the first one is this last chocobo race. Which, I mean, it's going to take me a minute to get the muscle memory back. This is just going to be a matter of repeating, trying over and over and over and over again until we get the perfect run. That's all it is. So, we need to go straight along the outside, and the chocobo will jump down. And I want to go back up to the outside, and the chocobo will jump... No, that's not it. Yeah, straight along the outside, chocobo jumps down. Immediately get the one across from it, chocobo jumps down again. Immediately get the last one on the outside, chocobo jumps down. Go back up, the chocobo will go across a small little gap. And then from there, we want to take the second right and zigzag up to the top, and the chocobo will go to the end. But we have to fight the controls the whole way. Oh, I'm going the wrong way entirely. Oh, I've already botched this race. Well, whatever. We have to do it without hitting any of those poles. This is wrong. I did this wrong. I did this incorrectly. I hit all the poles, too. Whew. I'm going to be at this for a minute, kids. First box, we'll jump down. Second box, you should jump down again. Third box. No, I wanted that one down there, actually. This is wrong. This one should take me to the end. I love how the countdown for the race doesn't even show you the course. Like, as soon as the race begins, it switches a camera angle on you. This one here takes me across this gap. Then we want the second right. Here's the first right. There's the second right. Up and around. I hit that pole. So that's the course. That's the route we have to take. But... gotta do it better than that. Holy Stone's not that exciting. I've already hit a pole. So the problem is, like, this game, you control it with a control stick, but you don't actually have 360-degree motion. You still only move in 8 directions relative to where the camera is facing. But the game has a kind of, like, control correction system where if the camera is panning and rotating, the game will try to maintain your current direction no matter what direction you're pushing on the stick. So when the camera rotates a lot, that can cause a lot of discrepancy between which way your character is moving and which way you're holding the stick. And it makes cutting corners and things on this course very difficult. And when you try to course correct, you can only course correct, like, you can't do it gradually as the camera is changing. You can only do it in 8 directions, in like a herks and jerks and stops. So that's why it looks like I run directly into the side of the, like, make sudden 90-degree turns into the side of the track. A lot of the times I'm trying to get back on the proper course. Try the D-pad? I guess I could. I mean, it doesn't feel any better to me. No, it doesn't feel any better to me at all. It's gonna hurt my thumbs after a while. So I think that was a good first stretch. 6 seconds. I didn't touch that pole. Come on. That pole turned off after I was far beyond it. I got the Chivo, but not the prize. So. I just ate the wall there quite a bit. Oh my god, ate the wall there again too. And I ate that pole. I think the controls are the most aggravating thing about this, by far. If the game had 360-degree motion and didn't try to decide what your direction should be based on what the camera was doing, it'd be a lot better. Yeah, like right there with the D-pad, like, I'm holding upright to run along this. And like, well, if I hold upright, I start eating this wall, right? Because it wants to keep me running that direction even though the camera is spinning around. But when I correct it to the left, it's like, oh, you want to go down that path. I guess that's cool. A lot of this game is just hateful design. This game has the worst chocobo content of any Final Fantasy game. So close. I couldn't get around him. I couldn't get around him. He would not steer around him because then the center there, the camera's rotating so quickly. There's just so... it seems like you have no control over which direction you're going. Because the game wants to try to maintain the direction you're holding, but it gets confused as what direction you're holding. It's just, it's so bizarre. I can hardly even articulate how bad it feels. Like, it's just going to come down to, like, what direction do I hold at the end after the chocobo does that last jump? Because it's not the direction that I feel like it should be. Because I feel like I take the outside track around my opponent there. Let's try holding up. See where we go. Right into the pole. Like, okay, so up isn't it. We do have to do some kind of left there. The problem is any kind of left puts me on the left side of that path, and you have to be on the right side to pass the chocobo at the end, it feels like. Just go pure up left here. That's up left. That was up left. I held the stick up and to the left, and the chocobo just completely short-circuited and went to the right. Sure. Why not? Why not? It's gonna take me a minute to recover from that. That's, that was special. So, the correct thing to do there is to go hard left, and as soon as the chocobo takes one step, steer up, I think. get around him? So you have to push left, because that's the only direction that takes the chocobo from where he lands onto the path that you want to go down. But if you're on the left side of that path, you can't pass the chocobo at the end. And no amount of me jerking him to the right would get him to go around to the chocobo at the end. So I'm not sure if there's some other combination of directions that will steer me around to the chocobo at the end of the race. Or if I'm not doing the race fast enough and I'm meant to get there with a few more seconds on the clock. It feels like I'm doing the race kind of as fast as I can. This chocobo doesn't have a name. You only name chocobos that you love. We got there with 34 seconds. That's gotta be... That's good, right? It's not good enough. I don't think you can pass the chocobo on the final stretch. I think we have to get there before 34. I think all these little micro adjustments on the bridges as we go have to be done perfectly. So, like, 7 is the goal there. We want to get there before 7. Looks like we got there before 13. Maybe that's good. Seven, 13, 19 looks good. That felt rough, but we got there before 25. I got there at 33 this time. That's a full second ahead of what I did before. We hit that goddamn pole. Right at the end. Come on, talk to the goddamn chocobo. What are you doing? There we go. This feels real rough. I can't get the chocobo to go the way I want him to go. We still got their sub 7 though. So maybe I'm just being too hard on myself. This all feels rough to me. No, we still got there at 33. Please. Oh, thank God. At long last. I focused too much on trying to pass that chocobo at the end. I don't think it's possible. It's just really a matter of making those little micro adjustments as often as you possibly can and not screwing them up. All right, now we have 60 of those. I have 99 speed and mana spheres. I should use some of those up. And 99 musks. I really don't know if this is worth doing at all. Alright, what did we... I don't think I actually want to start making equipment until we get the celestial weapons. So we might as well start doing that now. So we're not just making like really good equipment, we're making the best possible equipment plus a bunch of other stuff that has all of... we want to have all of the possible equipment abilities in the game. We have the Sun Crest. It is the Sun Sigil that we get from Chocobo Racing. No, we get the sword from beating the Chocobo trainer. The Sun Sigil. Wait, we get both from the trainer? I thought I beat her already. I don't already have it, do I? No, I don't. I didn't grab the sword? I have to steal it from an NPC? I don't remember any of this. I know I've beat the Chocobo trainer, though. Like, we've raced her enough. Maybe we haven't. She usually hangs out up here, doesn't she? Somewheres. Sometimes she's up here, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm already aggravated. We haven't even started racing her yet. Not up here. Don't quite have the draw distance to... I guess you can see a Chocobo way out there. Yeah, there is a ramp up here. I thought we'd been down here, though. Maybe I can't Chocobo down it. This map has the same exact problem as the Final Fantasy VIII world map. You can see way into the distance, but you can't actually see the area directly around you very effectively. Are you her? No. Am I dumb? Where is this lady? That guy's just going back to Bavel endlessly. Does she not spawn in on the map sometimes? Is she hanging out at the little camp over here, perhaps? She's not up here. I'm stumped. I already had the occult fan too. That's not even the missable one, I don't think. I think that's the one that you get from the guy's pile in Timber. I've been all over this map, and I haven't found this chocobo lady yet. I'm gonna guess that she just randomly doesn't spawn in sometimes. She's in a random location, and sometimes she's not anywhere. So let's cycle the map and try again. I didn't come in from any of those locations. I came in from the arena. Well, here, let's go back to the airship and then return. Apparently, if you load a save at the arena and enter the comlands from the arena, she's not anywhere.
We're counting. Here we go.
Let's see if GameFAQs has my back right now. Ah, yeah, she's right here. Good. Okay. We're going to be doing this for a long time. She's getting all the balloons. I've gotten no balloons yet. Come on, Chocobo, what are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so bad. This thing controls so bad. This control, like, this is bad on purpose, though. This isn't just, like, the controls are bad as a emergence of how the camera works. This is, they made it bad on purpose. I don't know how to get these balloons up front. I think she always gets these ones. And then your Chocobo just turns for no reason, of course. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is the worst thing in the game. There's nothing in the game worse than this. Surely not. Just go forward, you dumbass bird. Oh my goodness. I can't stay on a line. The bird turns randomly, so trying to find a line seems completely irrelevant to me. I feel like if I watch somebody else's YouTube video, I'm just watching somebody's completely lucky random run out of the 100 failed attempts they had that they didn't bother uploading. So I have no interest in doing that. Because the chocobo turns randomly. You can't keep a line. It randomly moves because it's disobedient or whatever. So it really is just sometimes you get lucky and like the best you can really do is try to like nudge it away from the birds. He randomly ran around all those balloons. He did a zigzag at the end to make sure he didn't pick up a single friggin' balloon. This is so terrible. This is our life for the next, let's see, we're at about 2.5 hours. Like the best, I know the last time I did this, many years ago now on PS2, like just focus on dodging the birds and just hope you randomly pick up enough balloons. That was pretty good. I hit like one bird, I think. But it wasn't zero. Alright, now what do I have to do to get the sword? Do I have to say let's do something else or I quit? Khalid Bull. Go down the slope in the northwest section. Alright, so I quit. Just think, once we finally get this, we'll never ever have to do it again all year. Maybe 20 years from now, I'll have cause to do it again. But that's future Brickroad's problem. That's not my problem at all. Okay. There's an achievement pop-up. If you see like weird stuff pop up on the screen, that's because I have to run some software in the background to fix an FPS problem in Final Fantasy VIII. But the only way to run the software is to inject it into... If it's running, it'll inject itself into any Steam game that you open. So that's why you're seeing weird stuff pop up sometimes. Alright, now the grind begins in earnest. That was the easy part. We have to literally complete that race at 0 seconds on the clock. Which means we have to run perfectly without hitting any birds. And pick up a bunch of balloons. Narashim, thank you for the $5 Kupo chat. I appreciate it, brother. Sorry to hear about the mimes. This chocobo, I swear, is just steering purposely around the balloons. Like, on purpose, if I'm right on a line to get a balloon, the chocobo would be like, nope, and turn at the last second, so you don't get it. I swear that happens constantly in this minigame. There's no other explanation for it. Like at the end there, it looks like just run in a straight line and pick up the balloons. You idiot. Why are you... No, the chocobo randomly turns left and right. You cannot hold a consistent straight line. You can't just line up the balloons and grab them. This is already a loss, I can tell. Well, why don't we station Waka up on a cliff up there while we're doing the race and have him snipe all the goddamn birds? Why isn't that an option? Final Fantasy VIII is in a state where Angelo is just going to infinitely search for items. So we're just letting it run. We're just letting it do its thing. Angelo's going to dig up the earth. Couldn't get that third balloon to save my life. I tried real hard. I pushed left, it went right, away from the bird, and then decided to go right. Ah, I'm gonna hit that bird. Right back into the bird. Why not? Why steer away from the bird? That would be dumb. Birds are delicious. But I'm not convinced there's any skill involved in this at all. I'm convinced this is purely random. There was, what, a cluster of 6 balloons there at the end, and my chocobo wove in between all of them and didn't pick any of them up? I promise it's way, way harder than it looks. It's not just a matter of touch the balloons. What do you like? He still went around that one, that first one. If he'd run in a straight line, I didn't move the control stick at all. If he just kept his line, he would have grabbed like 2 balloons there, and instead he steered out of the way and didn't get any. I don't know where he's going now. Oh. 7 balloons. What if I don't touch the control stick at all? So far, so good. Not touching it. So you see, I do have to influence the way it turns. Like, I've got to do some inputs. Like, we still got to the end, like, 50 seconds. I'm doing it typically in, like, 43 seconds. 43, 44 seems about right. Oh, Angelo, good doggo. Stack up the potion, son. Angelo's a girl, actually, not son. Chocobo, behave! Stop it! Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I thought we were going to get Wombo comboed. Oh, never mind. There's the Wombo combo. Oh, it's so tasty when it happens. You'll love to see it. Damn it. Usually it only throws 3 birds at you, but if it throws 4, you're kind of steering too far away from the course, and then your chocobo automatically tries to course correct to get back on the course. And that's when the big Wombo combo... Like, there's 4 there. Oh, I guess that didn't happen that time, though. They were close enough to the wall. Ugh. Ten balloons and 1 bird. How do we do? 9 seconds. So that was my best run by far, and we have to do way better than that. Like, we're still not even close. Okay, trainer took that hit for me. No! God damn it. Chocobo, please. This felt good until I got... That felt good most of the way. Narisham, thank you for the $5 Kupo chat. And the pun, I suppose. Narisham said, this is fascinating to watch, like poultry in motion. 3 seconds? I got 2 good runs in a row. Now I'm not going to get another good run for like an hour. Nice, I grabbed all those balloons. There was nothing I could do about that bird, though. Just, bird's just right there. I had to steer back onto the course just right where the birds were. Like, I'm trying to prioritize balloons because I know I need a ton of them. But if I prioritize balloons, I can't really dodge birds effectively. This was a bad one. That was not a good run, fam. Okay. That was real lucky. Where the hell did that bird come from? My god. Ah, damn it. This was a good run into the end. Shoot. There's the wombo combo. It's over. I mean, it was over before it started. But it's really over now. If I'd done that 12 balloons with no birds, we'd been fine. I think I got 4 of those at the start. This is already over, I can tell. There are no balloons on this course. None that I can grab easily. They throw birds at you when you're already at the edge of the course, and then you can't steer out of the way of them. Because if you try, the chocobo steers back towards the middle of the course. So any balloons along the edge of the course are kind of... It's a crapshoot whether or not you can collect them. And the placement of the balloons is random. So I think we need to start out by getting a course where most of the balloons generate towards the middle, right? Versus along the outside. Like, that wasn't terrible. This cluster of balloons seems okay for now. Getting worse. God damn it. I had to try to get that balloon on the outside. I didn't have a choice. I had to go for it. There was no other balloons to aim for. I'm so sad. It's so awful. And it still wasn't even close to enough balloons. If you don't get at least 12, it's not possible to win. Bird, please! Why? I pushed right. Why did you go left? Ugh. There's no point. There's no point, dude. I can't cancel out and quit either. It's just, I have to let it run. The good news is, this is the worst thing we have to do in this entire game. Nothing else comes close to how bad this is. Nothing else is this bad. Other things are potentially more time-consuming, but nothing else is actually this frustrating. There's no balloons on this first stretch. This is... like, I've already lost this course. There's 4 balloons on the first stretch. I think we probably need a course with 5. No balloons in the middle of this area. I don't... The chocobo started steering back left. It looked like I had several more feet between me and the wall to go. I thought I could get another step or two out there. I don't know if the chocobo got too close to the wall and decided to turn because he was about to go off course, or if it just randomly turned. This is a loss because I can't get any of these starting balloons. The trainer gets all the starting balloons. Oh, I got one. Woo! We're in there. My one balloon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. One balloon. Let's go video games. I'm convinced it also places balloons in areas that you can't collect them. Like, there are balloons that I've tried to steer for, but then the automatic steering at the edge of the course, like at the corners where the course, like, turns, I'm convinced some of those balloons are spawning outside of the range where you can actually move. There's a nice line here. Can I stay on it? Barely. Take the inside here. Take the outside. Damn it. I don't know what I could have done to avoid that bird. Narisham, I have to thank you for the Kupo chats, but I can't repeat these puns. I just... In good conscience, as a good Christian man, I cannot repeat the puns. I mean, everybody can read them for themselves, if they so choose. I recommend that you don't read Narisham's puns. You'll hurt yourself. You do so at your own peril. I started turning as soon as that bird spawned, and it still hit me. Like, the second I saw that bird spawn in, I turned to dodge it, hard left, and it still hit me. Some of these bird spawns might just not be dodgeable. Or they might require reflexes within fractions of a fraction of a second. We'll get it eventually. It'll happen eventually. It's just not going to be fun waiting for it to happen. We already lost this. We can't possibly. The balloons lined up in a way that the trainer got them all. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? Those were undodgeable birds. They spawned right on top of me, right at the corner of the course. There's nothing I could do about those. And then we got wombo comboed. So the first bird comboed me into the second bird. And now we're just zigzagging through all the balloons. That was a bad run. I'm convinced that luck is the most important aspect of this. There's some skill involved because you're not actually moving the chocobo with the control stick. You're just influencing its inputs to the left and right. It's running automatically, but it doesn't always listen to your inputs. And the edges of the course cause you to turn back towards the center, but the edges of the course are very ill-defined. Like, I challenge anybody to show me where the actual line is on the edge here. Damn it. I had to go for the balloons at the end. I didn't have enough balloons. And then 7 birds. The reward for this is Tidus's weapon. You have to do this if you want to upgrade Tidus's weapon. So, not only is this content... Like, this is content that they actually encouraged players to complete. This isn't like, oh, you're a completionist, you deserve what you get content. This is like core content of the game. This is ultimate weapon stuff. This is the kind of side quest that has been part and parcel for Final Fantasy endgames for like 15 years at this point. You're supposed to do this. They want you to. And it's just terrible. That was... I dodged hard right, and the bird still got me. I'm just very convinced that luck is the most important factor in these races. You have to get a good spawn of balloons, and you have to get a good spawn of birds, and your bird has to follow your inputs properly. I think that was 5 balloons on the first stretch. 6 on the first stretch, counting the one at the end. Alright, this is the run right here. Let's focus on not hitting birds. Never mind. We had really good balloon luck this time. Like, really good balloon luck, but I was all the way at the right edge of the track. I saw the bird spawn in. I pushed hard lefts, which is the most you can do, and the bird still hit me. I was all the way at the far edge of the track. I turned inward as soon as I saw the bird spawn, because the bird will track my position to where I was, and it wasn't enough. 7 seconds. The starting line is so important. Yeah, like we got 5 balloons on that. Like this first balloon I can't get, but this one on the right I can get. But it looks like we're only going to get 4 here. No, we got 3. I'm on the far left of the track. There was nothing I knew about that bird. I went over there to get a balloon, but I think if they showed you where the boundaries of the track were, this would be a lot more palatable. Narishim, I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police. This is good starting luck, at least. So 4 balloons to start. There's a 5th. Right. Never mind. We're done. We're all over. I'm very convinced that sometimes these birds, you just cannot dodge them. Sometimes they track you to the point, and there's so many of them that you have to steer out of the way of the first one, and as you steer out of the way of the first one, the second, third, and fourth ones track you more and more towards the boundary, and if you reach the boundary before that third or fourth bird reaches your position, it hits you no matter what you do. 12 balloons, 0 birds. That is the goal. That felt real good. Did I get enough balloons? Is this it? Am I done? Am I done with this crap? Nope. Because I've only got 11 balloons. We're not done. We're not done. It's not even my best run yet. Trouble, I appreciate that. Fighting the good fight, brother. I don't feel like I'm getting... We're not getting better. What are you talking about? I'm not getting any better at this. I got a 3-second run early on, and I haven't beaten that yet. And we're not, like, consistently getting better times. My times are still all over the place. Like, I don't think you can get better at this. It's just, you gotta do the correct inputs when you get a lucky track. That was almost a lucky enough track, but not quite. No, I'm not getting any... I don't think you can get better at this. We were talking on Discord the other day about roguelikes, and a quality that I think a really good roguelike should have, that if you know all the rules of the game and you play perfectly, you should be able to win a roguelike every time. That's what we were talking about. I think if you had a perfect player at this minigame, not only would they not win every time, they wouldn't win most of the time. Their success rate would not be 20 or 30%, let alone high 90s. So we got good balloon luck, but it looks like she's in front of me here. I had to steer away from those balloons. I couldn't get any of those balloons. If I had tried to get on that balloon line, I would have got wombo comboed by birds. Why can't I just stab this woman in her stupid face and take the item that I want? So she's getting 2 balloons here right off the bat. And she's getting these 2 as well. Okay, so I got 1 balloon on the start. So this is already a loss. Like, this is already not possible to win. And I got hit. So... the winning run is going to involve me steering away from the birds and just happening to get lucky. And in dodging the birds, it just happens to put me on a good line to get all the balloons. That's what the winning run is going to look like. I'll bet if you look up on YouTube of people doing this, that's the kind of run you'll see. At least Angelo's finding stuff for me. Go Angelo. Alright. I almost had more birds than balloons on that run. No, this is a bad start. I can't get those first 2 balloons. I gotta go for these ones out here. So I got 3 of these. If I get this one. Cheetahs, what are you doing? Yeah, you can't retry mid-run. You have to complete the course. You have to. By the way, when the birds come at you, it looks like, oh, you can dodge the first bird left and the second bird right. You cannot. It's not. That's not what you can do. The birds are spaced so that if you get around the first one in one direction, and then you try to zigzag back the other direction, the next bird will hit you every time. So you have to dodge the first bird and then continue dodging that direction for the entire wave of birds. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was an impossible balloon place there at the end of the starting line. That one, I think I got hit by a bird that was trying to track that trainer. One of her birds attacked me. That wasn't even one of mine. Oh, Let's just do this. This is our life now. The whole thing about this chocobo race is that the chocobo automatically steers away from the edge of the course and moves you back to the middle. That's one of the things that makes this so hard. Except for this spot on the wall, which the chocobo is content to run into for all eternity. What are the odds that if I just let this run for hours and hours and hours, the clock will eventually roll over and I can get 0-0 that way? What do you guys think? This is a bad balloon placement. Yeah, she got all these. At least that wasn't a wombo combo. There's also spots right near the corners, like here, where the birds enter the course so close to you that you can't see when they're coming in. So if you get a bird spawn at that moment, you're just going to get hit before you make the turn. The birds just spawn in at the interval that you happen to start making the turn. Then there's nothing you can do as far as I can tell. This might be my balloon, though. Ooh, my 2 balloons. We got a good run. We have 5 balloons here? No, that one was not collectible. There's 5. Okay. I don't think that's enough, though. That's not enough balloons. Like, the line I had to run to keep away from the birds was just completely devoid of balloons after I got down onto the course. I only got 9. Bad luck. I can't do any timer shenanigans, can I? Like, if I play the game at double speed or something? Ooh, that's a good start. Is that 6 balloons on the start? Nope, not quite. Never mind. We're done. That's not possible to win now. Look at this. There's no balloons. None. There was the whole section of track had no balloons on it. Oh, I hate this so much. This is the worst thing we've done in these games so far. This might be the worst thing we have to do all year. I'm really trying to think of something that's gonna be worse than this all year. I mean, we're gonna have to do a lot of like refreshing zones for looking for monsters in Final Fantasy XII, which is gonna be tedious. We're gonna have to do a lot of move, find item kind of stuff in Final Fantasy Tactics. What is this course even? You can't go left here. You've got to stay on the right. I've got to aim far right in this last stretch. Because I just can't get a good sense for where that left boundary is. It spawns a big cluster of balloons down right on that left boundary. And I see that. My brain's like, oh, all the balloons are in the middle of the course. Because there's not actually a physical boundary there. It's just an invisible wall that you run into. Narsham, the police are on their way. I've called them. The black van will be there soon. Okay, this is a good start. Don't know where those birds came from. Go right, go right, go right. Okay. Back to the middle. Back to the right. Damn it. Are you kidding me? And didn't even collect that last balloon. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Didn't even pick it up. I thought I was right on line to pick up that last balloon. I wonder if that bird knocked me off the line or if I just wasn't lined up properly. Alright. That was such a good start, too. I mean, this is a pretty good start right here. Can't argue with that. Came out of nowhere. I didn't even see those ones. Oh, are you kidding me? Alright, just whatever. Dead run. Maybe we get a prize for hitting the most birds. Maybe it's like Mario Party. If we hit the most birds, we'll get a pity prize. And the pity prize won't let us win. The goal this year is to get as close to a perfect save in as many Final Fantasy games as possible. I have a link for you if you'd like to read more details, but I'm not going to post it right now because I have to bounce this chocobo's disrespectful but probably very delicious butt down this track first. Oh, all the balloons are on the left wall. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Damn it. Oh my god, it's so terrible. There you go. There's the link if you want to check it out. What's going to be worse than this? Like, what's going to be more frustrating? Lightning bolts is going to be tedious, but lightning bolts not going to be this frustrating to get. Lightning bolts is a matter of timing for, like, doing the correct inputs in the correct timing for a long time. It's essentially a really difficult rhythm game. Or more correctly, it's more like trying to get, like, a perfect score in a really easy rhythm game, which is still kind of difficult. Please let me get these two. No balloons where I had to run. There's no balloons on this side of the course. Just, they're nowhere. They were nowhere. There's going to be a lot of tedious stuff in Final Fantasy XII and Final Fantasy Tactics is what I'm assuming are going to be the most tedious grinds. Final Fantasy XII involves getting all the rare game, and getting the rare game is not trivial. Finding all of the rare game involves a lot of respawning areas dozens of times, waiting for the correct monster to spawn in. And there's a lot of misinformation out there about what monsters can spawn in and where. And I've already lost this race, so I just do not care. I just do not care right now about this race. It's already over. So yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics might be more tedious. Final Fantasy XII might be more tedious. This game's going to have a lot of tedious too, because we're going to be doing a lot of sphere grid work eventually. We're still at the very beginning of this game. I'll put it that way. Final Fantasy IX is going to involve a lot of resetting, and it's going to be very stressful. It's going to be a lot of work and a lot of time investment until we get to a point in the game where we can check to see if we've been successful. This is a good start. I'm going to focus on this. Give me that focus, Daddy. Let's go. Just could not get away from those birds. Spawned in 4 birds. There's nothing... what? What could I have done there? Maybe I should go back to trying to zigzag between the birds. Like, I'm trying to stay in... Here's the problem. If you're on one of the 2 sides of the course, you run the risk of your chocobo turning automatically at any time if it puts its foot on just the arbitrary invisible line that bounds the course. But if you're on the middle of the course, you don't have enough space to turn and dodge 3 or 4 birds. I see 4 balloons. If I can get all 4 of these, that's a good start. I can't. I got none of these. This run's over. This is already over. Like, look how far away the left bounding line of the course is here. Look how far left I can go. And then on this section, this is it. I gotta stay... It looks like I gotta stay inside of this shadow. But even that's not consistent. I held left the entire course. That's where the bounding line is. That's as far left as you can go. So on the first half of the course, you can go all the way off the beaten path. On the second half of the course, you can't. This looks like good luck. This is 5 balloons, potentially. That was really good. Alright, course, give me good luck. Never mind. It's over. That's it. We're done. Nope. Wow. That's really... It's really bad. That was just... Oh, that feels so bad, throwing away that really lucky start. Oh, that felt awful. Yeah, the birds can spawn right literally on top of you at the corners of the course. Oh, that bird turned away from the balloon. That's... Come on, that was a lucky spawn, but the bird turned away from where I needed him to go. This is really rough, guys. This is really rough. Whew. Angelo's still working for me, though. Angelo's buddy. Remember when getting a character's ultimate weapon meant doing like a little side quest like for that character or something? Like you had to go find their long-lost father or something and... This sword is your birthright. Yeah, I'm Titus. I gotta do a dumb chocobo race. I don't have a birthright. My dad's a whale. You guys like my Titus voice? I've been practicing it all week. Get away from... Titus, I swear to God. I'm gonna go up your ass with a cactus. Damn it, that was a pretty good run. No, it wasn't. I only got 10 balloons. That was a crap run. I'm going insane. I'm actually going mad. Where's the edge of the course? Like, there's no dividing line here at all. It's just... It almost looks like it's that shadow, but it's not the shadow all the way, clearly. And it's not the wall, either. It's just a weird, arbitrary line on the ground that... My section of wall? I like it. This is my happy place. I'm gonna stay here for a minute. Ah. I got 3 balloons. That's pretty good. I can't tell if I got that balloon or if she did. There's usually a balloon right at the bottom of the course as you enter this part of it. But you can't see it before the camera turns. And your chocobo turns automatically through that camera turn. Like, that's not me doing that input. The chocobo automatically makes that turn without your input. So whether or not you're on the line to grab that balloon that's right there at the start after that turn, you have no influence over. You can't even prepare for it. You can't even, like, do the turn properly as you come around. Like, be on the right spot. You can't do it. It's just, sometimes there's a balloon there and you can grab it, and sometimes there's not. Narishim, you're a terrorist. You are a terrorist. You are a terrorist, man. Just strapping those pun bombs to your chest and driving your truck down the middle of my chat. I don't know why I'm trying in this race. I've already lost it. I don't know why I'm doing anything in this race. You cannot zigzag through the birds. I've been trying. I've been, like, maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm saying maybe you can zigzag, and that's the trick, to try to stay in the middle of the course. But every time I try to juke a bird right and then cut back to the left to dodge the next one, I get hit. So... Guys, I'm not entirely convinced it's Narishim's fault. Like, you know, he was born with a tragic pun condition. Like, maybe we shouldn't be making fun of him. No, that's not true. We should definitely be making fun of him. I was at the far left edge of the course. I saw the bird spawn. I turned hard right, and it still hit me. Guys, Narishim just DM'd me and said that he pledges to donate $100 to my stream every time I lose this race. So for every loss, he's donating $100. So everyone give Narishim a big round of applause. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Jesus, just juke through there. I don't think I deserve to get through there without getting hit. Ah, okay, that's fine. We got hit. I deserved it. He's a good monster. Wow. And when the chocobo steers back from the wall, or if it decides to not follow your input for whatever reason, it doesn't just like course correct. It like hard turns all the way 90 degrees perpendicular to the course. So running directly back into the center line. There is nothing good or redeeming about this minigame whatsoever. Just, yeah, go ahead. Wombo combo me. Why not? Put all them birds in my face. I want them. I want them now. This is a bad start. 2 balloons at the start. That's not good at all. I can't get any of these balloons. I can get these birds, though. Don't worry about the birds. I got them covered. Yeah, Zell's going ham. Zell's having the time of his life up top there. This is a real bad line. This is a terrible start. 3 balloons. Can I grab the 4th coming around here? Nope, she got it. I don't know what the... What can you do but laugh about how terrible this is? Like, it's not even worth getting mad at. It's just you can only laugh about how awful this is. God, why would they put this in a game like this? Terrible line. I think I got 2 of these balloons. Yeah, 2. So I gotta get 10 balloons out here on the course. And my section of the track is very empty. And Tita's turned away from that balloon. So that's cool. Not even close. If I had gotten a really lucky start on that, if I'd gotten like a 5 balloon start, we still wouldn't have got 12 balloons. Ooh, energy crystal. I like those. Kidding me? That was an impossible to dodge bird. I didn't get enough balloons anyway. I'm not convinced all of these courses are winnable, even with perfect inputs. I'm convinced there are certain balloon configurations and bird spawn patterns that just are not winnable. Yeah, let's do this. Titus, this is what I told you to do. This is exactly what I told you to do. This is what I want you to be doing at this moment in time. It's right. Cool, did I win? Yep, I won. We finally did it. First try. I don't like this balloon pattern at all. I got 4 though, I think. I think that was 4. Looks like they gave me a break on the birds this time. Never mind. Never mind. I didn't get a break on the birds at all. I had to take a risk at the end there to try to pick up an extra balloon at the end, and so we got bad balloon luck on that backstretch. I can maybe get 3 of these. Oh, there's a 4th one down there. So you just grab the 5th one. Nice. I got 5. Damn it. I got greedy. It's over. You have to start dodging from the middle of the course immediately when the first bird spawns. Otherwise, the first bird hits you. And the direction you pick to dodge the first bird, you have to hold for the entire wave of birds. So, all you can really do to influence whether you win this is when you see the first bird spawn, steer hard toward the side of the course furthest away from you. That's the best that I can figure to do. And then get back to the middle for the next wave. Damn it. I was much further left than I thought I was. I wasn't anywhere near the middle. I thought I was. I was using the shadow on my left as kind of a gauge of where the invisible line is, but at that section of the course, it wasn't anywhere near the shadow. Came across a streamer who enjoyed this. What streamer was that? What door do I have to knock on tonight? I can't imagine anybody enjoys this. Like, picturing the brain that has to enjoy this, I'm picturing a brain so abnormal. I put jelly beans in my coffee, it's fine kind of brain. I voted for my pillowcase. Like, that's the kind of brain I'm thinking of. Like, severe mental illness would have to be on the table. My dog is a graham cracker. Some people, I'm sure, get really lucky and get it on like their second or third try. And so they probably feel like they got really good at it really fast. But because they didn't actually have to engage with the mechanics of this race, just like go on Reddit and make posts like, oh, it was fine. I got it my third try. It's not that bad. I thought it was pretty fun. That I can imagine happening. Okay, go far to the right. Cut left. Okay, back to the right. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Are you kidding? I had no control over any of that. After that first bird hit, I recovered just in time for the next bird to hit, and the next bird to hit, and the next bird to hit. I would love to hear somebody actually explain why they enjoy this minigame. Like, I legitimately would. Like, if there are people out there who really do like this gameplay, like this is their favorite thing, I would love for them to tell me about it. I would love to hear it. Because I love being exposed to, like, new ideas and things that I can't think of them on my own. But I would like them to, like, articulate, like, what about this they like. Like, can they break down how the mechanics actually work? Or is it just, oh, I got it my third try. It wasn't that bad. I feel like if there was an exploit for this minigame, it would be no. I don't know that there's not, actually, to be honest with you. Let's see. I have a Reddit post here from 2015. So 2 days ago, while attempting to beat Chocobo Catcher for the Sun Sigil, I got bored and started trying to see what the longest possible time it would take to finish is, like trying to get hit by every bird. And I managed to ride the inside wall right where the huge crevasse is. Okay, so we found the little crevasse. Waited till my time was 1.5 minutes. When the next round started, all the balloons in the starting line were lined up perfectly for me. So essentially what they're saying is there's rubber banding. Like, the worse you do, the more advantages you get in the next race. Shall we try that? Shall we take a stab at it that way? Let's try it. I ain't got nothing to lose. So let's purposely not dodge birds. And then at the end, we'll just steer directly into the wall and just let it sit for a minute. Oh, there's birds. I want birds. How did none of those hit me? I purposely steered towards them. We're not going to hit by any birds this time, are we? There we go. Oh, that's the stuff. Oh, I couldn't get into the sweet spot. Well, these balloons don't look like they're lined up for me. No, they were lined up for her. I'm not getting any of these. Oh, I can get stuck there. That's a place where I can get stuck. Birds. There we go. Line them up. I want all these birds. Birds, come on. Sometimes when a bird hits you, all the other birds in that wave vanish, and sometimes they just line up and multiple birds in a wave hit you. can't even get into the sweet spot now. No balloons, 10 birds. Rad. We can try to get into this sweet spot up here, though. You don't want to hold the turning button. There we go. They're just stacking up. Alright. Like, if I were to push right from here, like, turn to the right, the chocobo would course correct back left and put me back on the course. How long should we sit here? A minute, maybe? Final Fantasy VIII is on in the background because Angelo is up there digging up items, using Angelo search in a battle that can never ever end. Is this really going to work? No, this isn't going to work, but I'm willing to try the other exploits people have found. So let's do a minute here, and then run into all the birds, and then get into the second spot and try and do another minute. I can't actually see the Angelo items, so I don't know when Angelo's finding stuff. I'm relying on chat to tell me when Angelo finds stuff. Angelo can dig up all kinds of useful items. There are 3 particular items in the game that can only be found with Angelo search. And 2 of those items are very, very rare. Like 1 point something % chance to find if Angelo searches. And we need 4 copies of 2 of those items. So the idea is, the worse we do in the race, the better of a line it will give me next time. So that's what we're going to try to find out. Like, we can just sit here and stack birds up. Oh, the timer actually runs out. Okay, well, let's see what happens. It kind of gave me a cluster there, but I couldn't actually seal the deal. I'm not convinced, fam. This doesn't feel any different. This feels exactly the same to me. I don't think I did anything at all. I don't think I accomplished anything with that. I think these people like had a couple of really bad runs in a row just before they got their lucky hit. Let's see if anybody else has any other... Oh, there's actual software you can install, like a trainer you can install to win this for you. There are game mods I can put on. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think we just have to keep grinding it out. I'm not convinced there's an exploit for this. She gets all these balloons. I can maybe get this one. I don't know if I got that one or not. Wow. The problem is, this isn't a grind, really. Grind implies that you're working towards a like slowly but steadily and consistently working towards a goal. Waiting for a random outcome that you have virtually no control over isn't much of a grind, really. I'm not really grinding anything. I'm just repeating. Grinding is when you're trying to make the number go up 1,000 times by doing something that makes the number go up 1 time at a time. This is just straight up random. Resigned to the dumb. That doesn't rhyme, though. It is very dumb. I'm keeping in good spirits, though. That's the important thing. The important thing... Ooh, this is actually a good line. This might work for me. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, that's 5. Before we even get on the course. It's the end of my luck, though, because there were no balloons on the actual course for me to get. And bad bird luck at the end. So, that was an excellent start, but it, like, you need to get an excellent start and an excellent middle and an excellent finish. Nope, I have thought of something that's going to be more obnoxious than this. I have thought of something where we're going to just be at the whims of the RNG gods for hours and hours and hours, and it's going to be way worse than this. I just thought of something in this series. I want to see if any of you guys can guess. What do you guys think? What am I thinking of? It's not. I'll give you a hint. It's not a mini game. I'll give you another hint. It's one of the even-numbered Final Fantasies. And you know it's not 10, because that's this game. But there is something that's going to be actually probably a lot worse than this. Now, grinding spells and levels in Final Fantasy II, because it's a grind. It's just you do it until it's done. Every single time you do it, you get 1 point, and eventually you have enough points that you can stop. You get a little bit closer every single time you do it. Come on, I turned as soon as I could. Wow. No, again, filling out the license boards in Final Fantasy XII, that's just a matter of accumulating enough points. You get to the end of Final Fantasy XII, and it's just, you need 10,000 points, you can get 1 point at a time until you're done. Gao's Rages is what I'm thinking of. Narishim got it. Narishim knows what the haps is. So, Gao's Rages in Final Fantasy VI, the way it works is, once you fight a battle formation somewhere in the game, it will appear on the Veldt. On the Veldt, Gao has an extra command that he doesn't have elsewhere in the game. He can leap. So whatever battle formation you're in when you leap, it takes Gao out of your party and gives him all of the rages for all of the monsters in that battle formation. And then he stays out of your party for some random number of encounters. And when he returns to the party, he'll come back and jump in. And he'll also gain all of the rages for all of the monsters in that party. And in that way, you have to get all of the rages for all of the battle formations. Here's the problem. The actual encounter list on the Veldt, it's not random. It always comes in a set order. But you don't go through the entire list of formations every time. Like, there are blocks. Like, one block will have, like, the first 5 formations. So your first encounter will be one of those 5. Then your next encounter will be one of the next 5. And so you'll reach a point where the last few rages you need are somewhere on the encounter lists. And you have to go all the way through the encounter list to have one try at getting the rage you're looking for. It's going to be worse than this by far. Damn it, we were doing so well. We were doing so well. This was such a lucky start. But I have to go for balloons. And they just decided to spawn all the birds right on top of me for this time. That was really good balloon luck, but really terrible bird luck. I'm kind of going back and forth between D-pad and stick. I'm not noticing a difference between the two. There's really no difference. I'm kind of going back and forth to see if I don't prefer one over the other. It really doesn't matter. Good balloon luck. Let's ignore balloons from here out and just dodge the birds. Get back to the middle. God damn it. I pushed right to head back to the middle of the course so I can juke in either direction. I saw the birds coming in, so I stayed moving right, thinking I'd run all the way to the right side of the course, and the chocobo decided to like even out and run directly into the bird instead. That's good starting balloon luck, but it's not terrific starting balloon luck. I still need 8 more balloons on the course. I thought I was in the middle. How narrow is the course here? There must be sections of this course at the end here where it's incredibly narrow. And I don't know how you're supposed to dodge all the birds on those sections. This is also a matter of inevitability. Eventually you will get a lucky run where everything lines up just perfectly. But there's nothing you can do to increase your chances of that being any particular run. It's just... The difference between that and Gao's Rages is with Gao's Rages, you kind of will know when the rage you're looking for is coming up. And there will be a particular encounter where it's like, okay, the next encounter is the rage I'm looking for. Oh, I didn't get it. Now I gotta go all the way back through the encounter lists. And you cannot manipulate the encounter list, at least not in the version of the game I'm going to be playing. By saving or reloading or anything. Every time you save and reload, it jumps you forward some number of encounters on the list, but the number it jumps you forward is itself random. So you can't even just say, oh, I can skip the first 60 encounters by just saving and reloading. It doesn't work that way. I've actually never completed jump roping, so it's possible that jump rope is worse than this, but I'm betting not. Wow, it's already over. It's already over, dude. I think once I know it's over, I'm just going to set the controller down and let fate take its course to give myself more breaks, and all just in case there is some rubber banding, let's give the rubber banding a chance to do its thing. Finishing the bestiary in Final Fantasy XII might also be kind of bad because of how many rare game it's just like, oh, there's just a 1% chance that this monster spawns on this map when it's raining kind of stuff. And there's some manipulation you can kind of do to influence stuff like weather or monster spawns in 12, but not a lot. Outside of just leave the map and try again. Sometimes on the back half of this first part of the course here with the birds, it's like if I dodge my first section of birds, the second section of birds is always going after her, so I kind of get a reprieve. But it is not this day. I think the actual back half of the course is so narrow that you actually can't dodge waves of 3 or 4 birds. But yeah, I suspect Gao's Rages is going to be more frustrating than this. Just because there's so little you can do to influence it. And at least this, if I mess it up, I can retry like once a minute. Like, I get to try this about once every minute. Gao's Rages, we're going to get to a point where we only get to try like once every 20 minutes. There's going to be one more wave. Yeah, there's not enough balloons, though. Good night, Struka. Sleep well, my friend. This is bad starting luck. This is terrible starting luck. I'm not getting any of these balloons, am I? Nope. Oh, I could have got that last one, I guess. Okay. My Pepsi is delicious. I'll try again in a minute. Is there anything worse than Gao's Rages now? That's the thing. What about, like, the pinball minigame in 15? Am I going to have to play much of that, I wonder? Like, is that a thing I've got to do? I've always just ignored that. I have no idea what the reward structure for that even is. God damn it. What the hell were these birds doing? I thought it was... Wow. I don't know how to... I'm going to admit, I just don't have any idea how to dodge birds on the back half of the course. I just don't. The only consistent way I've found to dodge birds is when you see the first one spawn in, turn hard to a side and hold it, and you'll just barely dodge the whole wave. But that last leg of the course, it's not wide enough to do that. You just end up scraping up against one of the walls, and if one of the birds comes against the wall, that's it. You're done. So it's entirely possible that there is some kind of strategy that I don't know yet. Like there's some kind of skill that I have not practiced yet. Like right there, I started turning the second I saw that bird fly in. And they got me anyway. Good night, Narishim. Sleep well, my friend. Should we read the strats on the wiki? So the thing is, I'm not convinced that any of the strats will be worthwhile, because this is exactly the kind of thing where like a lot of superstition is going to creep in. Someone's going to be like, I mashed the square button the whole time and that worked for me, like that kind of stuff. I'm up to reading some bullcrap, though. Let's see what it says. Oh my god. There are... there is a novel of bullet points tips for this. Let's go down this list. Oh, there's 50 of these, and they're all a paragraph long. Okay. Muting the TV may help one concentrate on the minigame better. Okay. It is better to use the D-pad than the analog stick. The analog stick does not allow fast enough turns. The chocobo always running at top speed, so pressing up is pointless. Okay, I know all of that. I personally don't feel like I'm having more luck with the D-pad than the stick. I'm kind of going back and forth. Hitting the invisible walls makes the chocobo veer at a 90-degree turn. Okay, we know that. A perfect run is 35 seconds with 12 balloons with no birds. The balloons are placed randomly, but the bird strikes happen in set places and they always aim for the same target. With some practice, the player can learn to never get hit more than once at the end. What would be helpful is if the person knows that, to share the information on where the birds are at any particular time. Also, I'm calling BS on that, to be honest. I'm willing to science that, though. Okay, here's what we're going to do. There are no birds on the first leg. I'm going to hold hard right as we enter the second leg and see where I get my first bird attack. Not quite that hard right. There we go. So 14 seconds we got hit. 18 seconds. If this is true, we should get the same results with this. Same... All I'm doing is holding right. So 14 and 18. 32. And that's a nice juke at the end there, right? You guys saw that. So we should get hit at 14, 18, 32, and then get that cool juke at the end. By just holding right. Let's try it. Gonna hold right the whole course. Oh, this didn't happen last time. Let's go back to the list. Even if the balloon positioning is unfavorable in the beginning of the race, the player need not get discouraged. This can be used as an opportunity to practice the rest of the stages of the race. These nuts don't get discouraged. Oh my god. The player should collect at least 3 balloons immediately. No, you need at least 5, I would say. Never go to the trainer side. That's good advice. Line up for the first balloon on your side and then make minute adjustments. Okay, that's good advice. Right there. Let's see. At the first turn, the player is supposed to do a sharp turn around the corner and then immediately tap left to center themselves and get the 1 or 2 balloons around the corner, which are randomly not there sometimes. It's not critical to get these turn balloons, however, and many players do not even attempt unless they are right in front of the chocobo. Blah, 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 blah. When rounding the corner and trailing the trainer, the first wave of 4 birds will arrive. 2 will go for the trainer and 2 will go for the player. Rather than worry about the balloons coming out of the curve, the trainer needs to be hit by a bird while the player themselves needs to not be hit. The first is determined by chance, of course. But she gets hit more often than not. Not my experience, but okay. The player can avoid getting hit by tapping right when coming around the curve. Well, we literally did that and we got hit at 14 seconds. Well, let's see. If there's a balloon right in front, one can try for it, but there's only about 1 second window before the 2 birds meant for the player will fly out. So we're still coming around that like horseshoe turn, I think. Being ahead of the trainer at this point, the next 2 birds are guaranteed to go after her. And with some luck, there's that word again, luck, will hit her. So, let's see if that's BS or not. So as soon as we come around the turn, there's going to be 4 birds, 2 of which are going to go after me, 2 of which will go after the trainer. Let's see. Then 2, they're going to go after the trainer here. Nope, they went after me. So, actually, it said 2 were supposed to go after the trainer, but it spawned 4, and the first 2 went after me. So I don't... Like, I'm already getting results not consistent with what this wiki is saying. Again, I think somebody, like, recorded their successful run, and then, like, wrote down a play-by-play of what happened to them in their successful run, and tried to generalize it using language that sounded like it could be used as a strategy guide. I got a steel orb. What the hell is a steel orb? Apparently it's an important one because we had a doggo emote for it. Alright, let's try this again. So, get these ones here. Come around. It's going to be 2 and 2. There's going to be 2 and 2 more. Look at that. That was perfect run all the way to the end. I had the perfect luck all the way through until the very end. That's so disheartening. Perfect luck all the way until the end. Still wasn't close to my best, though. Oh, let's see. I'm just going to read this to myself for a second here. It is not critical to pick balloons up in the second turn. After the turn, the player should aim to straighten the chocobo out. Yeah, okay, I've already been trying to do that. The player will need there to be a couple of easy balloons lined up here in the center or the right. It does seem like the general gist of this person's run is to go for the right side of the last straight. Yeah, this is just really saying get lucky with balloon placement. That's the gist of all of this. Like the aggregate of all of this wisdom. So, like, that's just... So somebody played this mini game for a long... And they weren't malicious. Like, it's a well-meaning person. But they played this mini game for a few hours. And wrote down their observations. And they probably recorded their successful run. To give a play-by-play on what actually happened. But... I think it's just superstition. I really think it's just... You gotta get lucky. I'm not even totally convinced that the birds come out in pairs and aim for, like, alternating aiming between Tidus and the trainer. Like, that, even that doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe H.C. Bailey wrote the wiki page. Like, the thing is, I'm not... Like, a play-by-play is not helpful. Because so much randomness is involved in this that somebody else's successful run, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't help me to know that somebody else got a lucky run. You know what I mean? Like... The kind of, like, exploit I'm looking for is... Like, hold this button until this number on the clock, then switch to holding this button. Like, this will work consistently every single time because of the way the birds and the balloons line up. But the birds and the balloons are random, so you can never write something like that. At best, you can describe your own successful run, and then make some generalizations about how successful runs go. Which is how this kind of stuff happens. It's how this superstition creeps into... Like, that was a single bird. That was not even a pair of birds. That was just one bird. The wisdom I'm trying to apply now is what they're saying in this wiki page is that the birds come out in pairs and they aim at the trainer and then Tidus. No, Tidus then the trainer. The first pair comes after you. The second pair goes after the trainer. And then they alternate from there. I think that's what this page is trying to convey. But... this does not seem to be my lived experience. Like, those are my birds. Those second two were hers. The next pair should be mine. No, those were hers. These are mine. The next pair should be hers. The next pair should be mine. The next pair I shouldn't have to worry about then, right? Because they're hers. Nope, apparently not. That bird flew right into me. That was... We've been doing this for 2 hours now. I like this balloon placement, though. No, never mind. No, I don't. I thought those two balloons were like... one was further back, but no, that was like a scatter shot. I ended up just kind of going between them. Alright, so her birds, my birds? No! What, the second bird, the first two birds, one of them veered off and hit her, the other one veered off and hit me. So the first pair of birds, one of them veered off to her side, and the other one veered off to my side. Like, these birds are not in pairs, as far as I can tell. Maybe that's the, like, they spawn in a place where they think they can hit a particular player, but then if another player, they have the opportunity, they'll take it and hit it. So that's That just debunks what the wiki is saying here. It's just... It's not necessarily false information, because I'm sure that their run that they've described went that way, but not every run is going to. There's another scattershot balloon situation here. This is already lost. I've already lost this. And when you come around that curve, the two chocobos are so close together that it kind of doesn't matter if they're aiming for a particular player or not. And that bird spawned right at the very end where there's a bottleneck and there's nowhere to even dodge. If a bird spawns right as you're coming to the end of the track, there's no possible way to dodge it. You're just going to get hit by it. You have to get lucky and not have a bird not spawn there. Or have a bird spawn a second earlier or a second later. Birds aren't even spawning in pairs right there. They're just spawning one at a time. Yeah, I'm not convinced this wiki has any strategies worth considering. I mean, it lists a bunch of stuff that I already knew about the invisible walls turning you and how you kind of need the balloons to spawn in the right spots. Like, that's all stuff that I already figured out. But I'm not convinced that there's a useful pattern in the bird spawns to look for that can help you win. I'll keep plugging away at it. I'm going to keep my eye on pairs of birds, though, in case I'm wrong and have just been getting... like... So the first bird there went for her, and the second one went for me. If birds spawn in pairs targeting a particular player, that should not have happened. If I'm reading this correctly... Two birds should spawn for one player and ignore the other one. But that's not what we're seeing here. I hate it so much. Yeah, we 2 hours deep in this one so far. Once again, the first pair of birds that came out of there, it spawned 4 of them. Of the first 2, one flew off to her and the other flew off to me. So even if they are spawning in pairs, targeting particular players, in practice, you still have to dodge all of them. You still have to treat them as a wave of 4 birds. It's not like her birds that are targeting her will fly through me without damaging me. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Let's see what other superstitions are out there. We've seen the rubber banding. We've seen the, what the wiki has to say. Let's try game8.co. Let's see. 5 chess video guide. Oh, that's not what we're doing right now. We've done the 5 chests. Catcher chocobo, almost foolproof strategy. Here we go. This is what we need. I just got the Sun Sigil again after an 8-year layoff and wanted to put a few of my thoughts down before I forget. Alright. Key points. Number 1, the controls are terrible. I love this guy. He's saying also use the D-pad. He's saying here's how the invisible walls work. This game is actually indeed a combination of luck and skill. However, I think more than even skill for those of us with crappy hand-eye reflexes. There's also a significant amount of strategy. Alright, if proper strategy incorporated, you can lessen the effects of skill and put yourself in a better position to win. Surely skill and strategy are like the same thing, right? Like if you know the strategy and apply it appropriately, that's skillful play? Alright, so the guy's not up on vocabulary. Let's keep moving. You usually need to spend about 30 minutes getting warmed up, so don't be discouraged if you have some terrible runs in the beginning. It sounds like he doesn't have a strategy if he's telling people you have to play for 30 minutes before you can even start doing runs. Doing this will require repetition until the moves you're making are essentially muscle memory. You can't have muscle memory in a game that has this much randomness. The whole idea of muscle memory is the same actions at the same time will produce the same results. If the actions are done in a random environment, you don't, like, muscle memory is not going to help you. What's going to help you is coordination and reflex. As far as I'm concerned, you cannot finish the race in less than 35 seconds. 12 balloons and no hits, which we already knew. $14 balloons and 1 hit. The following technique should be followed precisely. Do this over and over without straying. Oh, okay, good. Okay, here we go. Let's get started. Oh, I'm hyped. Let's go. First straightaway, you need 3 balloons minimum. 4 is better. 5 would be unbelievable, but it almost never happens to me. We've actually seen 5 balloons fairly commonly. You know what? Now that I'm reading this, the guide on the wiki is just a summary of this guy's GameFAQs post from 11 years ago. Now that I'm reading through this, it's different language. Like somebody has taken this idea and kind of summarized it as a list of bullet points. Right down to this. First, the trainer needs to be hit by a bird. Second, you need to not be hit by a bird. This is completely determined by chance, which is exactly what the wiki said. The wiki is just a summary of this guy's 11-year-old GameFAQs post. This guide, of course, is not meant for the gods among you who can get 18 balloons or beat the game 7 or 8 times an hour. I would love to watch somebody beat this race 7 times in an hour. So, to be clear, like, they're saying the controls are bad, and they are, but the thing is, it really is just 2 buttons. Left and right are your only inputs. That's all you're allowed to do here. It really is just left and right, and all you're doing is steering the bird back and forth, except for the few places on the track where the bird turns automatically. I think somebody from the wiki, like one of the wiki staff or whatever, whoever is responsible for writing a lot of these pages, saw that the chocobo race page was kind of empty, did a Google search, found this GameFAQs post, and was like, oh, that sounds like it'll work, and just summarized it into a list of bullet points, tips and tricks for the page. That's really funny. Like right here, I've got a 4 balloon start. That's really good. Like those birds, if they're coming out in pairs, like all of the birds are aiming for me coming down this straightaway. None of them are aiming. Those ones did look, it looked like actually. But I got 2 in a row that came directly for me. I only got 6. Let's focus on just dodging the birds, like trying to do the moves that this says. It says go for all the balloons on your side, which you got to do anyway. I got 4 here. Then stay in front of her going through this turn, which I couldn't do. So the 2 pairs of birds, one split off for her and one went for me. Same thing there. So what happened there was it looked like 2 birds spawned. One of them hit her, and the other one despawned immediately after that. So it leads me to believe that birds spawn on the map flagged as either Tidus birds or trainer birds. Because I've seen it happen to me too. When a bird hits me, another bird right behind it will instantly despawn. But sometimes it doesn't happen. Okay, let's focus on staying in front of her here. Okay, I'm in front of her. We both got hit by the second pair of birds. I'm not convinced that... Like, it looks like the birds are trying to target a particular player, but for so much of the course, it really doesn't matter. You can't get... It feels like you can't get far enough ahead of her to make a bird that spawns in for her not a threat to you. Like, there's no point in the race where you can say, oh, the next 2 birds are hers. I don't have to worry about them. I can focus on balloons for the next few seconds. You always have to worry about her birds. Unless she gets hit a few times in a row, maybe. Which is kind of what it says to do. Like, it keeps saying, you gotta get lucky for her to get hit here. So, but even if they spawn in pairs, like you and the trainer are usually so... Even if she's really far behind you, like coming up this last stretch, like even if she's a few chocobo lengths behind you, you're still in a line. The birds still have to go past you to hit her. Like, so even birds that are aiming for her are, in practice, also aiming for you. You still have to worry about dodging her birds. There's no situation where you can be like, I can relax because these are not my birds. You always have to worry about dodging the birds. Like there, you can see what's happening is birds are spawning in and some of them are going for her. Well, no, because that should have been hers. Only one bird spawned there, and it was mine, and it was her turn. So maybe it's random which racer each pair of birds goes for, in which case knowing that birds spawn in pairs is not useful information in the slightest. Because you have to treat every single bird as a threat to you. Because she was in front, we saw a couple of birds go off after her that weren't a threat to me. Because we were on the wide part of the course, and I was coming up to the turn. But then coming around the turn, one bird spawned, and it was mine. So the next two should be hers, right? Well, apparently not. Unless hers are spawning and I can't see them because they're spawning off screen from me. Yeah, I'm not convinced that trying to follow pairs of birds is going to be helpful at all. I'm doing worse now than I was just treating every bird as an independent event. Or rather, every wave of birds as an independent event. I'm getting much worse results doing this. This is a really good start. Oh, that last balloon, though. Alright, so let's juke left. Zero birds. I don't think I got 12 balloons, though. Like, that time I completely ignored all of that wisdom about pairs of birds. And I got 8 balloons and no birds. So, when I try to pay attention to which pairs of birds are spawning in and who they're supposed to be going for, I get way fewer balloons. So that was the perfect run. I need that run. She got all of those. God damn it. I need that run, but I need the balloons to perfectly line up during the run. So it's just gonna be a matter of luck. Let's go back to this Game Facts post. Here's the big giveaway. Here's the big giveaway. Even if the balloon positioning is impossible in the beginning of the race, do not be discouraged, in all caps, just like on the wiki, and do not give up. So either the same person wrote both of these things, or the person who edited the wiki just used this post. Yeah, I'm not convinced that there's any strategy to this. I'm very convinced that one guy sat down for hours and tried to work out a winning strategy, had a winning run, recorded it, watched it repeatedly, and in trying to replicate the results, found that maybe it worked some percentage of the time. And then wrote the little guide, hedging his bets, constantly saying, but keep in mind, it's all random. There will be variations. Balloon placement is critical. That's the big tell. So much of that wiki page and this Game Facts post that it's based on are spent explaining how random the course is. I think you focus on not getting hit by birds, and eventually 12 balloons will just be in your path. And that's what we need to do. This is a bad pattern. I wish I could reset this. Ah. Sometimes they spawn in 4 birds at once, and sometimes it spawns in 2 birds at once, and I've even seen 1 and 3. I'm not completely convinced there's a consistent spawn of birds, even, which is what this guy's entire strategy hinges on. I'm just not, based on what I've seen, it's not like there's a lot of variation in the time of the race. We're finishing the race between 35 and 45 seconds almost all of the time. I'm also still going back and forth between D-pad and control stick. I just don't think there's that much of a difference. The D-pad is easier to tap to make minor course corrections, I guess. But that just does not seem to be having much of a impact on the outcome of this event. I thought I was well clear of that bird. I cut hard lefts before it spawned because I tried to anticipate it spawning. Maybe that's the mistake. Don't try to anticipate bird spawns. I mean, it's hard to get too frustrated, honestly, because it is really just random. It is really all up to chance. It's all dependent on balloon placement and bird spawns. There really is nothing you can do to really influence whether or not you win. It's really just do the best you can and steer towards the middle of the course so you have the most space to dodge birds. And eventually, if you repeat that long enough, you'll get a run where the birds and the balloons both do something good, and you win. Like, success is inevitable. There's just nothing you can do on any particular run to increase your odds of success on that run. I mean, even from the very, very outside, a successful run's going to have 4 or 5 balloons, like right here, lined up on the right side here. If you don't, then that's it. You're not doing anything on this run. Like, I really need to focus on this run here. Damn it! Right at the very end. God, that felt perfect. I only got 10 balloons, though. Like, that felt like I dodged perfectly, but I just didn't have the balloons in my path. Even though we started with, what was it, 4? And we're starting with 4 here again. Like, yeah, we got 4. Never mind. It's over. It's over. Ugh. Opal Lake is a puzzle. Puzzles have solutions. You either know the solution or you don't, and the puzzle is either clued or it's not. They're not comparable. I understand why people think Opal Lake is inscrutable. It just boils down to I don't feel like solving a puzzle. I don't want to do this. That's why people think Opal Lake is impossible. I actually really enjoyed Opal Lake. I thought the clues were fair. Especially once I kind of understood what we were doing. This was just a loss. The balloon placement here, there's no possible way I was going to do anything with this run. So I'm not even going to bother. There's no point to even picking up the controller here. Just let it run its course. I was looking up to see if I could find a discussion on Oval Lake where people were trashing it. I know I've read about its reputation before. I was looking to see if there was like a GameFAQs thread. Like, how does anybody solve this? This is impossible. So I came around the turn and I was really far to the right because I wanted to get ahead of the trainer. So I cut the turn really hard. So I was on the far right wall of the course, and I knew dodging to the right would be impossible. So I tried dodging left instead at the first moment I could. As soon as I saw the birds spawn in, knowing that the trainer's right behind me, so even if birds spawn in pairs, targeting different players, all 4 of those birds are going to the same spot. And I was all the way to the right, so I tried cutting left, and the bird still hit me. Sometimes I get past that bird, sometimes I don't. Let's go wide left this time. Well, I can go wide left, but then I don't get in front of the trainer. Like, if I go wide left, she's in front of me, which apparently is bad. I don't know why it's bad, but apparently, according to this strategy, it is. I think people care more about Oval Lake these days because it's an achievement. You get an achievement for completing it. So people look up the achievement list and go, wait, what? Oval Lake? What's that? And then without even trying to do the puzzle, they just look up the solution and then they go, how is anybody supposed to figure that out? And then that, over the years, the puzzle has a reputation for being inscrutable. Personally, I thought it was great. I admit I put in a lot more legwork than I think average players are going to be willing to put in. Like, I did have to fly the airship around the map to find every island in order to find which islands had which names. This was an excellent run, but I only got like 10 balloons. The balloons were just in the wrong spot. Like, that was a great run. There's no birds. I got in front of her. I kept a good line. She's way behind me. Like, but there just were not enough balloons. That's not even close to my best time. I'm a second and a half off from my best time there. That bird was supposed to be hers, and it went for me. According to the strategy, that bird that hit me was not supposed to hit me. It was supposed to be hers. I was supposed to have a second there to go after balloons. That pair of birds was supposed to be for her, and it wasn't. It was mine. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced there's a strategy. I will be convinced if there's a strategy if somebody can produce a video or a stream uncut of them beating this record more often than they fail it. That's what it will take to convince me. Using this strategy to win this race more often than they fail it would convince me. Because then it's just a matter of I'm not executing the strategy properly. Like, maybe there's part of it I don't understand, but I don't know, man. I would have to like watch somebody's live stream of this, of them just grinding out runs and getting like 5 0-0s in a row. I think the reason I found this strategy in 2 different places, summarized by 2 different people, is because if you do that strategy and you really do stick to it, you will eventually win, because you'll always eventually win. Everybody who does that strategy and sticks to it will eventually get a run where everything lines up perfectly, and then that reinforces the idea that the strategy works. But it doesn't actually mean the strategy works. It just means that your run will eventually get you there. Damn it. That was excellent except for that last bird. That was really good. Again, I'm not convinced video guides are helpful, because all the guide is just going to show you a successful run. In order for a guide to convince me that there's a strategy that works every time, or that works better than any other strategy, I would have to see somebody using that strategy get 0-0 multiple times in a row. And I'm not convinced that that's out there. I'm certain you can find videos of people doing it, and the description of the video says, hey, here's how you do it. Because people recorded 100 runs and then posted the successful one. That's what happens. I know, because I've done that. It's movie magic. I have done that to you people hundreds of times over the years. Do you really think that I've put every failed run in every Let's Play I've ever recorded? No! I show you guys the good gameplay, or sometimes I show you guys the bad gameplay if the bad gameplay is entertaining. I think a well-meaning person came up with what they thought was a good strategy that did work for them, but because the nature of this minigame is that you'll always get it eventually. Okay, good. Everybody who follows that guide and tries to follow it to the letter will get it eventually. But they were going to get it eventually anyway. It was going to happen for them. No matter what strategy they use. I never use save states, except for all the times I use save states. I would love to watch... I'd love to be wrong about this. I would love to watch a streamer who, like, knows the perfect strategy knock out 0-0s constantly. I would love to see it. I'm not convinced it exists. Like, we just saw it right there. 4 birds spawned in. The first one went for me. The second one went for her. The third one went for me. And the fourth one went for her. The 2 pairs of birds did not split up the way that this strategy says that they ought to. It's also possible, because this was written so long ago, that it's only meant in the PS2 version and has been incorrectly copied into pages that explain that it will work in the HD version as well. I do think right here, coming into the first stretch after the beginning, I've always had better luck splitting away from her, so the birds that do go after her leave me alone. But you can't do that on this back stretch. Damn it. You can't use that same trick on the back stretch because it's so long and it's so narrow that even if she's way behind you, she's still in a straight line with you. I like this balloon placement here. Like, if she goes to the right here and I go left and we split up like that, I do actually get some breathing space. But that doesn't stay through the whole course. By the time we get to this part of the course, it's no longer the case. Ah, damn it. Oh my god. Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII is doing Angelo search. I got about half an hour more I can play. So every time we come back to Final Fantasy X, every time we do just a grinding stream like this, where we don't do story playthrough, this is what we'll be doing until it happens for me. It's not happening for me today, it looks like. And this balloon, I've already lost this race. This balloon placement is not tenable. She gets all these balloons. And that one, that balloon was not even collectible. Couldn't get that one. Three birds in a row just flew directly at me. Two just flew at her. The next two should be mine. They were. That one, I don't know, one spawned but didn't do anything. No, I'm not convinced there's any strategy to this. We need to do like a multi-level marketing seminar for chocobo racing and convince people that like, oh, if you didn't get it, you just didn't work hard enough at it. You just didn't want it. You gotta do the muscle memory, bro. Even though it's purely random. Yeah, I'm not gonna try this race. I don't know what all we got with Angelo search. I have no idea what's even sitting in the inventory. If we got anything good, or if we just got a whole bunch of potions, or what. So I guess objectively speaking, in as much as anything in the world of game design can be objective, this probably is worse than Gao's Rages because the developers intend for you to complete this content. They probably did not intend for you to complete getting all of Gao's Rages. There was nothing I could do about that bird. Just my placement and positioning when the bird spawned in was just completely bad. That's the only solace, is once we get this, the worst part of it will be behind us. That's kind of what I wanted to start with it, honestly. We got lots of balloons in our starting track here, so this could be a potentially good run. Oh, no, never mind. It was just a cluster of them. When the balloons cluster too closely together like that, you really can't collect them all, because you don't have enough fine-tuning over your movements to be able to grab one, then immediately juke to the other side and grab the other one. Nothing. I do think that the right side is better than the left side coming into the very final stretch. So seeing 4 balloons on the left side there is just... nah. Okay. My balloon. My balloon. Do I have 5, potentially. bird came out of nowhere. That bird did not spawn in the distance and fly at me. That bird spawned just off screen and then just dive bombed me. That was really unfair. Even by this minigame standards, that was really unfair. They can't even get that consistent. The birds are supposed to spawn in the distance and fly at you, swooping down. They're not supposed to spawn just off screen and swoop down at you. But that one did. There's no balloons. There's just no balloons. Anywhere. Like, that whole section of track. Nothing. That was a decent run otherwise. There's the whole... nothing. Everything spawned out of my line. You know what's real satisfying, though, is I got my box from Amazon today, and I have a can of compressed air. Oh, it's going to be so fun. Is there anything else in life more satisfying than cleaning out the dust in your PC with a can of compressed air? I ask you. Tibetan monks would break their vow of silence to be like, oh yeah, bro, that's sweet. I cannot articulate how much I hate this. Oh. Got a decent amount of balloons, just the birds were in the wrong spot. I got too greedy there. I knew I shouldn't have gone for that balloon, and yet I tried. I probably should just not ever get greedy, because it's not about greed, it's about luck. Ugh, this is a bad balloon spawn. I got one. I wonder if in a general sense, rather than trying to follow like one person's specific strategy, it might be better to try to get into the habit of doing the same line every time, rather than trying to adapt to what I see. Like if I practice doing the exact same line every time, the run that finally lines everything up for me will be successful. I won't lose that run because I don't have... Maybe that's what they mean by muscle memory. I mean, I'm kind of already doing that from the first part of the course anyway. No. I tried doing the same line I did last time. No good. Cutting left while she goes right. Alright, this is the last try. We'll let this one run its course. We'll do one more race, one more try, and then I gotta call it for tonight. We'll go back to Final Fantasy VIII and see what kind of loots we got from Angelo Search. Alright, last race. See if the magic luck kicks in. No, this is bad balloon placement, so we already lost. It's over. She gets all the balloons. See? I get nothing. So, that's that. We can just, go ahead and minimize this, get it out of my face. Get rid of that. Let's bring this back up. Found an antidote. And 6 life rings. Alright. If anything we got is really good, it'll be back here. So it looks like we got 2 curse spikes, a circlet, a draw scroll, a GF scroll, a healing ring, a couple of hero trials, elixir, moon curtain, holy stone, gold armor, and 3 copies of Occult Fan 2. Whoo! How rare is Occult Fan 2? That we got 3 copies of it. Let's see. It's a 1.39% chance of getting Occult Fan 2. So what did we get? Oh, we got some energy crystals too. But we already had some of those, so they're not anything new. Let's see. Healing Ring is stuff we actually need. That's a really rare one. That's 0.3%. Draw Scroll and GF Scroll are both also very rare. Circlet is 0.7%. Hero Trials are 0.7%. Elixirs are 0.7%. Looking for energy crystal now. I know I had some already. Here, let's do this. Sort. We still have this letter. That kind of implies that we should still have the Solomon ring, but I guess we don't. Energy crystal. Okay, we have 5 of those. But we did not get any hungry cook pot. Healing ring is good. We do need some of those. Oh, we got a steel orb. We must have already had those though. We didn't even max out our potions and stuff. But that ran for 4 hours. Alright, we'll save this. Should we do the same thing next stream? Do the exact same thing? Just do some Angelo search. Go hunt down a WarMech and then throw myself with the chocobo racing again and again? I'm not going to leave this on overnight. I'm just going to do it while I stream. Don't worry. The Angelo search will happen. Hours and hours and hours and hours of it. Every time I'm just grinding some other game, Angelo search is going to be in the corner. Maybe I'll just do another stream like this when I pick this up. Instead of continuing the Final Fantasy VIII story, we'll load it up, we'll get the Angelo search going, then we'll hunt down a WarMech, and then we'll go back to the chocobo racing. see if I can refine my craft at all. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight. Sleep well.